Chapter 201. What's happening? Why are the bullets not moving? Li Yuanqing, Han Su, and Wei Nan were stunned. Meanwhile, Xue Xuejiao revealed an expression as if she had expected this to happen. Shoot! Shoot! Su Jian could not stop shouting. Another series of gunshots rang out. When they ran out of bullets and the ground was littered with bullet casings, the air in front of Yi Chen was already filled with bullets. When they looked again, Yi Chen was still standing where he was. He was unscathed. Meanwhile, Meng Meng, who was in his embrace, could not stop clapping her little hands and giggling. This is fun. This is fun. At that moment, nobody spoke as they watched everything in utter shock. They thought that what they were seeing had completely exceeded their knowledge. Wei Nan's heart jolted as regret flashed through her eyes. She felt like she had offended someone that the entire Wei family could not afford to offend. Impossible, this is impossible. Su Jian's face was filled with shock. He grabbed a gun from behind him and pulled the trigger at Yi Chen. However, the clip was empty. Huh? Yi Chen chuckled softly and looked at the bullets before him. He lifted his arm and waved. All of the bullets flew back instantly. 500 corpses fell to the ground. They were silent and breathless, but they were like bolts of lightning, containing an extreme chill. The 500 members of the brave Tiger Battalion were killed, although they were soldiers and it was their duty to follow orders. Naturally, Yi Chen would not let any of them go since they had attacked Yi Chen. Plop! Su Jian fell onto the ground in shock. Fear filled his face. Who exactly are you? Who exactly are you? How could a person be so powerful? Not only could he stop the bullets, but he could also control the bullets to kill. Wei Nan looked blankly at Yi Chen as fear filled her heart. She finally began to regret it now. She finally understood. It turned out that everything she had seen earlier was just the surface. It was no wonder that he would treat Yan Ning. It was no wonder that he had the confidence to go to the Happy Valley to eat with the rich family's disciples. It was no wonder that Wei Dong was paralyzed from fear when he saw him. He even rolled onto the ground. It was no wonder that the fast attack group was destroyed. It was no wonder that he dared to fight the Su family for the Imperial Wind Pavilion. Meanwhile, Li Yuanqing and Han Su were so shocked that they could not speak. Thud! 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 Yi Chen said nothing as he walked to Su Jian step by step while carrying his daughter. Each step he took felt like he was stepping on their hearts. Su Jian wanted to run, but he realized that he could not lift his legs at all. He could only watch Yi Chen approach him with fear written all over his face. What are you trying to do? At this moment he finally knew fear. Yi Chen looked down at him in a condescending manner. His eyes were cold as if he was looking at an ant. Do you remember the fortune that I read for you earlier? Within a month, you will definitely die. No. Su Jian's body trembled violently, and he said while shivering, Don't kill me, don't kill me. I don't want to die. Yi Chen curled his fingers slightly and grabbed Su Jian's entire body. Yi Chen, miracle doctor, you let me go. I swear that I'll never be your enemy again. Su Jian's voice was extremely sharp. He was so scared that he peed his pants. Don't worry. Not only will you die, but everyone in your Su family will die too. At the same time, I'd like to thank you for letting me know about the Su family's background. The Su family's powerhouses aren't in Beijing, including Su Tao. I guess you're planning something with the Bai Guy, right? Moreover, this plan is related to Yuhan. Yi Chen shook his head lightly. The hand that was grabbing Su Jian produced a flame out of nowhere. The flame covered Su Jian completely. The people watched in horror as Su Jian shrieked in devastation under the flame. Within a few seconds, he turned into a puff of black smoke. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone's heart was trembling. The wealthy Su family's disciple, Su Jian, had died just like that. Moreover, he had been stomped to death. It was a ghastly sight. Yi Chen turned to look at Wei Nan next to him. Wei Nan's face turned pale as she collapsed onto the ground directly. Her body could not stop shaking. Mr. Yi, is there some misunderstanding between us? Didn't you want me to die earlier? Yi Chen's expression was cold as the killing intent exuding from his body terrified Wei Nan. Ignorance is the biggest crime. I'll say the same to you. You think you're superior just because you're the Wei family's disciple. That's the real arrogance. I don't think I've ever offended you, but you're always targeting me. You even want to kill me. Since that's the case, I can't let you live. No. Wei Nan screamed and got up to run. Yi Chen shook his head lightly and flicked his finger. An invisible energy tore through the air and attacked quickly. The energy pierced through her head directly. Her body fell onto the ground weakly. By now, apart from Li Yuanqing, Han Su, and Xue Xuejiao, nobody was left alive. Although she was mentally prepared, Xue Xuejiao was shocked again after witnessing Yi Chen's technique. Li Yuanqing and Han Su had never seen such a gory scene. They felt their stomachs churning and could not help but vomit. When they were done vomiting, fear filled their eyes when they looked at Yi Chen. Brother Yi, will you kill us to silence us? Li Yuanqing said in an extremely hoarse voice while suppressing the fear within him. Han Su's lips moved slightly while his entire body was trembling lightly. You guys can leave. Yi Chen glanced at them one last time after saying that and disappeared before them one step after another. Yi Chen would only kill those who deserved to be killed. He would only kill those who were his enemies. Meanwhile, Li Yuanqing and Han Su had no grudges with him. They had no conflict since they met, especially Li Yuanqing, who had helped Yi Chen many times. That night, the Rongbao's underground parking lot was occupied by a troop. The troop suppressed the incident in the name of suppressing the fast attack group. The price they had to pay for that was old Chen scolding Yi Chen over the phone for half an hour. He even submitted an improved Qi cultivation pill formula. The effect of the improved version was much weaker, but the difficulty of refining the pill was reduced too. Meanwhile, the Su family remained silent about the incident as if the Imperial Wind Pavilion's failure and Su Jian's tragic death did not affect them at all. The next morning, Yi Chen went to the Imperial Wind Pavilion to officially take over the place. He then ordered Wang Meng to purchase many materials from all the stores in Beijing. In a barren mountain that was rarely visited, there were cliffs everywhere. There was only a bowl-shaped depression in the middle. A few silhouettes stood opposite each other. Each of them exuded an extremely powerful aura. Shock and surprise flashed through a purple-robed young man's face after hanging up the phone. The Imperial Wind Pavilion has been robbed. Su Tao, who has the guts to go against your Su family? A middle-aged man with a cold expression was slightly shocked. The purple-robed young man smiled in a non-committal manner. A toad that I stepped on 5 years ago. I didn't kill him back then. Now this toad has transformed into a toad and wants to take revenge on me, Su Tao. Unfortunately, a toad will always be a toad. Even though he's transformed into a toad, he's still a toad. He was rather surprised. According to the news from the Su family, Yi Chen's spells were divine and he could control lightning. He was Master Yi, who was famous in Tiannan. He could not help but lift his head to look at a young man in white next to him as he spoke to this point. He said rather respectfully, "Young Master Bai, I'm planning to go back." No. The young man in white rejected him right away and said in his deep voice, "It's a crucial moment now. We can't afford to make any mistakes in the plan. Nobody can leave. It's just a toad. Why do you need to kill him yourself? You can spend money to get an assassin to kill him. 10 days. We'll succeed in 10 days. Su Tao nodded and picked up the phone in his hand to make a call. Spread the news to the underground world. There's a $100 million reward for killing Yi Chen. Chapter 202. At the Imperial Wind Pavilion's garden. Yi Chen stood with his arms behind his back and lifted his eyes to take a good look at the garden before him. A smile appeared on his face after sensing the dragon energy in the artificial lake. Meng Meng was having fun playing with a bunch of monkeys at the fake mountain. Her little face was blushing while she held a big bag of melon seeds in her hand. The 20 monkeys stood before her obediently with both feet on their hind legs. They looked like good students who were focused on their lessons. "Cutie, these are yours." Meng Meng grabbed a handful of melon seeds and passed them to the male monkey that was closest to her. "Cutie, don't bully little kids." The Patriarch of Hell, who was lying in the bushes aside, looked at the monkeys before him in disdain. At the same time, he was having a mental breakdown. Damn it, is this little ancestor trying to kill me? The Patriarch could not help but glance at the little black snake that was coiled on the fake mountain. That's not fair. Why isn't my second brother called Cutie? Rolling his eyes, the Patriarch laughed sinisterly again. Wagging his tail, he walked over and said enthusiastically, "Second brother, let's play a game, shall we?" Xiaohe opened its eyes and glanced at him before closing its eyes again. I'm not listening. The Patriarch had played a game with it last time. He had tricked it to lick the socket of the electric board with its tongue, causing it to lose feeling in its tongue for 3 days consecutively. Yi Qin watched all of that while grinning. The little girl ate medicinal pills like candy, so her body had been transformed. To the monkeys that had no intelligence, it was undoubtedly extremely friendly. Coupled with the aura that the Patriarch and Little Black emitted intentionally or unintentionally, the monkeys were extremely well behaved. At that moment, a car drove in. Wang Meng got out of the car and opened the trunk. He handed a bank card over and said, "My lord, I've bought all the materials that you asked for." Yi Qin scanned it with his divine consciousness and subsequently nodded. Apart from testing the Su family by buying the Imperial Wind Pavilion, he also wanted to build a major formation with the help of the dragon energy in this place. He could cover the entire Imperial Wind Pavilion completely. Not only could he convert the dragon energy into spiritual energy, but it could also be used for defense. The formation was called the Nine Heavens Dragon Transformation Formation. Unfortunately, he had barely gathered all the materials needed to refine the array flags, but he was still missing the Spirit Gathering Plate. The Spirit Gathering Plate was the core of the array, and it provided energy for the 9 array flags to maintain the operation of the array. In order to refine the Spirit Gathering Plate, spirit stones were needed. The spirit chi on Earth was scarce, so naturally there were no spirit stones. They could only settle for the next best thing and use chalcedony as spirit stones. However, he didn't have any chalcedony at the moment. It seemed like he had to go to Old Qin for help. Yi Qin thought to himself. He carried his daughter and returned to the Qi medicine hall. He realized that Yan Ning was there too. She could not stop chatting with Huang Pei. Both of them seemed to have become best friends. "What are you guys talking about?" Yi Qin asked curiously. Yan Ning turned her head to look at him and said rather excitedly, "Brother Yi, we're talking about a Buddhist Dharma assembly in Siju City tomorrow afternoon. I heard that it's hosted by the Dharma Zen Temple. It's very grand and many people are going. Boss, can we get off work early tomorrow afternoon and go over to take a look?" She seemed to be afraid that Yi Chen would be mad, so she added immediately, "Don't worry. I'll definitely work overtime to make up for it." Huang Fuguei was tempted as well. He was a loyal follower of Buddhism. Zhang Dainiu was the only one who was engrossed in his book and ignored the 2 beauties. "That's right, Brother Yi. Why don't we go together?" Yan Ning also looked at Yi Qin in anticipation. Just when Yi Chen was going to reject them, a thought flashed through his head all of a sudden. He asked, "Is this Dharma Zen temple that you guys are talking about a temple in Beijing?" "Yeah, it's very famous." Yan Ning nodded. "Boss, the abbot of the Dharma Zen temple, is an eminent monk. I heard that he knows how to exorcise evil," Huang Fuguei said. "Exorcism?" Yi Qin secretly scoffed. He was not going to the Dharma assembly. The main reason was that Su Yuwei had mentioned that Yu Han might be hidden in the temple. Now that Yan Ning mentioned it, it reminded him. He nodded and said, "Sure, let's go together tomorrow." The Su family carried out Su Tao's order very quickly. Within half an hour, the entire international underground world was stirred. They were like flies that had smelled blood. 100 million US dollars was close to 700 million Chinese dollars. It was considered a sky-high reward in the international underground world. It was enough to make any assassin or organization go crazy. Master Yi from China is rumored to have supernatural spells. He can control lightning. Almost at the same time, all the members of the international underground world received the reward and information about Yi Qin. Controlling lightning? Don't tell me he's Thor, the main character in Thor with a Hammer? Many people laughed out loud. The mockery in their laughter was obvious. The Easterners must have watched too many Thor movies. How could an ordinary person control lightning? Even if he could, they would not care. After all, assassins were called assassins because they would do anything to kill. Who would fight them head-on? It was often assassination, poisoning, and surprise attacks. In short, they would do anything. Before you could even use your thunder technique, your head might have already fallen to the ground. The only thing that troubled them was that Master Yi was in China. On top of that, he was in the capital of China. It's a little troublesome to assassinate this man in the capital of China. Many organizations frowned slightly, hesitating. Entering the country alone was difficult. Secondly, guns were prohibited in China. They could not bring many large weapons over. Moreover, they could not have too many people on the mission. Otherwise, the Chinese government would be alerted. Throughout the years, there had been assassinations in the capital of China, but they had all failed. Only the Dark Knight Butcher, who was known as the King of Assassins, had succeeded. Because of that, the Dark Knight Butcher ranked #1 on the International Assassin Leaderboard, the Bloody Skull Leaderboard. He was known as the King of Assassins. People were tempted by benefits. Some gave up, but some were not afraid. At that moment, many famous assassin organizations such as 7 Kills, Tengu, Dark Dragon, and Hidden Bat fought to accept the mission. In a hotel, a pale man looked at the bounty mission on the computer. He licked the blade of his knife and said, while squinting, 100 million US dollars. Although it's not a lot, it's not a small amount either. I, the Dark Knight Butcher, will accept it. He clicked the mouse softly as soon as he was done speaking. A line of small words popped up on the screen. We won't provide you with any assistance. Moreover, the target is in the capital of China. Doesn't matter. The man chuckled softly. Subsequently, he received all the information about Yi Qin. He walked to the window and lifted the curtain. He smirked as he looked at the rain outside. China? What a joke. It's just a weak, sick cat. I, the Dark Knight Butcher, could come and go as I pleased 10 years ago. I'm even more fearless now. Master Yi, enjoy the last of your life. Nobody that I, the Dark Knight Butcher, want to kill will live. Chapter 203. It was past 4 in the afternoon the next day. Huang Fugawei closed the door of the Qi Medicine Hall earlier than usual. They did not take the bus, as Beijing's traffic was terrible. It was like that on normal days, let alone the Dharma Zen Temple's event today. Countless people were coming. Yi Qin carried his daughter, Yan Ning, Huang Pei, and the rest on the subway to Sijio City. Since it was still early, they were not in a rush. Yan Ning and Huang Pei were dressed up beautifully today. They attracted the attention of countless men in the subway. Yan Ning would go up and buy some whenever she saw snacks on the roadside. She managed to please the foodie, Meng Meng. The event was held at the People's Square, less than a mile away from Dongmen. There were people moving as far as the eye could see when they were arriving at Dongmen. Meanwhile, there was an empty space of approximately 200 square meters in the middle of the crowd. It was almost set up. Wow, there are so many people, Daddy. The little girl was short, so she could not see what was going on. Yi Qin could only carry her and exclaim while eating the skewers in his hand. Even Zhang Daniu and Huang Pei were shocked. Yi Qin shook his head lightly. Religion was a terrifying existence, especially in a country with a large population like China. Every time it was a festival, tourists would have to line up the night before to visit the temples and whatnot. There were so many people there. As soon as there was a riot or a sudden incident, there would definitely be a stampede. There might even be a safety accident. Daddy, lift me higher. I can't see clearly. The little girl kicked her legs in his embrace. She could not stop looking at the crowd with her hands on his neck. She seemed to be struggling. Yi Chen could only put her on his shoulder. The little girl rode on his neck and giggled happily. I'm riding a horse. Daddy is a horse. Go, go, go. If Daddy is a horse, you're a little pony. Not only that, you're a greedy little pony. Yi Chen did not know whether to laugh or to cry while holding the little girl's hand. He carried her to the crowd and said as they walked, remember not to wander around. There are too many people. We won't be able to find you if you get lost. Huang Fugue and the rest nodded to show that they understood. In the middle of the crowd, there was a table, and behind the table, there were more than 10 praying mats. At this moment, the crowd burst into cheers. An old monk dressed in a monk's robe walked into the isolation circle. Behind him, there were more than 10 monks dressed in the same robes. With their appearance, the crowd was completely stirred up. It's Master Daohui from the Dharma Zen Temple. Huang Fugue was excited. Yi Chen glanced at the so-called Master Daohui and noticed that his kidneys were weak. His legs seemed to be swaying when he walked. Clearly, he had just studied the art of the human body with the female patron. How could he be called a master? Yi Chen could not help but shake his head. He seemed to have lost interest. Seeing that the people around him were getting crazier and crazier, he frowned and released his divine sense like a tide, enveloping everything within a radius of 100 meters. Not a single blade of grass or tree could escape his sight. The advantage of doing this was that if anything unexpected happened, he could retreat with his men in time. With his divine sense, he discovered that there were quite a number of bag thieves or pickpockets in the vicinity. At this moment, they were committing crimes against the wind, and they did not realize that their actions were being watched. Yi Chen said nothing. It had nothing to do with him. At that moment, a familiar aura caught his attention. There was a lady wearing a cap and red high heels, standing less than 20 steps away from him. She could not stop looking in while tiptoeing. Sun Sarong? Although her back was facing him, Yi Chen recognized her. It was Sun Sarong, the daughter of the Xiangnan medicine king, Sun Lianqing. It was Yi Chen who had cured her cold illness back then. Seemingly sensing his gaze, Sun Sarong turned her head to look by instinct. She was stunned at first, then she walked over in surprise. It's you, Master Yi. A fragrance wafted over. She was already standing next to Yi Chen, taking a good look at him with her beautiful eyes. She was slightly stunned when she saw the cute look on Yi Chen's body. Subsequently, she came to a realization. Why are you here? Yi Chen asked calmly. Sun Sarong rolled her eyes and said, My dad asked me to come. He believes in Buddhism, so he asked me to come to this Dharma ceremony to ask for a marriage stick. She could not help but blush as she spoke to this point. Marriage stick? Yi Chen could not help but glance at the so-called Master Daohui. He looked stunned. If Sun Sarong asked him for a marriage stick, would the old man be able to hold himself back? Oh, yeah, Master Yi, why are you here? Are you here to ask for a marriage stick too? Sun Sarong asked curiously while looking at him. Just when Yi Chen was going to speak, he could not help but frown because he noticed through his divine consciousness that there were 3 people walking over. Most importantly, the 3 of them were ancient martial artists. Their cultivation base should be on internal energy. The 3 of them had been staring at Sun Sarong subconsciously. Could the 3 of them be coming for her? Yi Chen took a good look at Sun Sarong, who had no idea what was going on. He frowned but said nothing. The difference between an ordinary person and an ancient martial artist was their vital energy and blood. The more powerful one's vital energy and blood was the higher one's ability was. Meanwhile, the vital energy and blood of the three people far away were tens of times more powerful than the people around them. As for martial Dao masters like Yuan Bupo, if they released all of their qi and blood force, their aura alone could kill ordinary people. Just as he was deep in thought, his deified soul sensed that the three ancient martial art practitioners were pretending to be ordinary people and walking toward Sun Sarong. When they were less than 5 steps away from Sun Sarong, the three of them looked at each other and a murderous glint flashed in their eyes. They were about to explode and kill. However, Sun Sarong was still unaware of it. Yi Chen's expression turned grim, slightly. Just when he was hesitating if he should attack, a delicate voice came from behind the crowd. "Stop!" It was this voice that not only shocked the three ancient martial arts practitioners, but it also shocked the people around them. Everyone turned around subconsciously and saw a lady in a police uniform walking over quickly. At that moment, she was holding a gun in her hand. Her gaze was fixed on the three ancient martial arts practitioners. With a cold expression, she said, "I advise you not to act recklessly." Before the crowd could react, one of the three ancient martial artists clenched his teeth and charged at Yi Chen, who was the closest to him all of a sudden. "Huh, is he trying to take me hostage? That's interesting." Yi Chen looked stunned. Subsequently, he saw through the man's intention. He did not move at all with a wry smile on his face. He allowed the man to put the knife on his neck from behind. The bearded hunk did not notice Yi Chen's strange behavior. Instead, he lifted his head to look at the policewoman with a ferocious gaze. "Don't move if you don't want him to die." Chapter 204. At the moment when the bearded hunk held Yi Chen hostage with his dagger, Yi Chen's expression changed drastically. The surrounding tourists were stunned, including Huang Fuguei, Yan Ning, and the rest. No. Sun Sarong was the first to react upon seeing that Yi Chen was being held hostage. She screamed and wanted to charge over by instinct. "Don't move!" The bearded hunk shouted immediately. He pressed the dagger tightly against Yi Chen's neck and said fiercely, "Try me if you want him dead." Meanwhile, his eyes were fixed on the policewomen. The three of them were ancient martial arts practitioners, and their abilities were not weak. They were not afraid of so many ordinary people at the scene. The only thing they were afraid of was the gun in the policewoman's hand. "Don't act recklessly. Let go of Brother Yi now," Yan Ning shouted. Huang Fuguei, Huang Pei, and Huang Fuguei were drenched in cold sweat. The policewoman also reacted. Her pretty face slightly changed. She took a deep breath and said, "What do you want?" "What else could it be?" The bearded man sneered. "Officer Yi, you've been pestering us the whole way. Aren't you tired? My request is simple. Let us go immediately." "Dream on." Yi Jing refused without thinking. "Your lone wolf assassin group has killed countless innocent people over the years. Your hands are stained with blood. If I let you go, more people will die. So you want to fight to the death? I'll count to 3. If you don't move aside, I'll kill this brat." The curly-bearded man's dagger looked fierce as he began to count down. 3! No, let them go! Yan Ning's pretty face changed. Yi Jing hesitated for a moment before she gritted her teeth and said, "Fine, let him go first, then I'll let you go." "You think I'm an idiot? If I let him go first, what if you go back on your word?" A man behind the bearded man couldn't help but sneer. "Officer Yi, get out of the way for my brothers. I'll naturally let this brat go when I get to a safe place." "No." Yi Jing immediately refused. "What if you kill them after you're safe? I have to ensure the safety of the hostages. How about this? You guys walk in front, and I'll follow behind. We'll keep a distance of 100 meters between us." The curly-bearded man's expression changed several times. Then he nodded and said, "Okay, you can only follow us within 100 meters. If you dare to take one more step, I will kill this kid." "All right." Yi Jing agreed and then waved her hand to signal the people on the side to make way for them. "You two go first." The bearded hunk turned his head to glance at the duo behind him. The duo nodded and walked out first. He then dragged Yi Chen out of the crowd slowly. Grandmaster Yi, Brother Yi. Sun Sarong and Yan Ning wanted to catch up by instinct, but they were stopped by Yi Jing. Wait, it's less than 100 meters away. Officer Yi, you must save Master Yi. Nothing can happen to him. Sun Sarong was so anxious that her forehead was covered in sweat. Yi Jing took a deep look at her. Miss Sun, you should be glad that I came one step earlier, and you should be even more glad that they didn't kidnap you. What do you mean? Sun Sarong was slightly stunned. Yi Jing said coldly, because we heard that the 3 assassins are coming for you. Sun Sarong's face turned pale immediately. She had no enmity with them, so why would they want to assassinate her? Moreover, how did they know where she was? All right, we can follow them now. Yi Jing had been counting the time. Seeing that it was about time, she took a step forward and chased after them. Sun Sarong, Yan Ning, and Zhang Dainiu followed her immediately. Huang Fugue and Huang Pei, who were staying where they were, looked at each other. They hesitated for a moment before following them. The curly-bearded hunk dragged Yi Chen to somewhere with no one around. When they passed by a small alley, a middle-aged man among the 3 of them said, Brother Hu, the Yi woman doesn't seem to be following us. The curly-bearded hunk was relieved to hear that. Killing intent flashed through his eyes when he turned to look at Yi Chen. Brat, blame your bad luck for bumping into us, the wolf, tiger, and leopard brothers. 3 heroes, didn't you promise the police officer that you'll let me go as long as you're safe? Fear flashed across Yi Chen's face. He said angrily, I understand now. You guys didn't keep your word. Ha ha ha. The 3 of them burst into laughter. The curly-bearded man sneered. Naive brat, you've already seen us 3 brothers. How could we let you go? Don't worry, I'll be quick. I won't let you feel any pain. The bearded hunk slashed the dagger in his hand at Yi Chen's throat after saying that. To him, his dagger was extremely sharp. All he had to do was to cut Yi Chen's throat lightly and a huge amount of blood would spurt out. However, when his dagger slit Yi Chen's throat, the sound of metal rubbing against metal was replaced. When he looked again, Yi Chen's neck was fine. Instead, the dagger had countless nicks. The bearded hunk stared blankly at the dagger, while the other 2 looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. The next moment, the bearded hunk felt his arm loosen. Subsequently, his vision went blurry. By the time he snapped back to his senses, Yi Chen had freed himself from his grip. He was standing 2 steps away and looking at them with a wry smile. There's no one here. I can finally kill someone. What a fast speed. The 3 of them were horrified. The bearded hunk inhaled sharply. Who exactly are you? They call me Mad Southern Yi. Yi Chen smirked, revealing his white teeth. You guys are unlucky. You guys could have kidnapped anyone, but you kidnapped me. Mad Southern Yi. As soon as he said that, the bearded hunk and the other 2 felt their scalps tingle. They were also ancient martial artists. Moreover, they were from an assassin organization. How could they not know about Mad Southern Yi? He had killed Master Yuan Bupo on the Surge River and 3 masters on the peak of the Snow Mountain. Each of those incidents had shocked the entire martial Dao world in China. Coupled with the number 1 on the Heaven leaderboard, Mad Southern Yi had become the number 1 person in China. Such a person had been on the Lone Wolf Assassin organization's blacklist since the beginning because they could not afford to offend him. 30 years old, always bringing a little girl with him. He has a cold aura and a high level of martial Dao. Looking closely, he looks 70% to 80% similar to the one in the photo. The bearded hunk's lips were trembling. Plop! The 3 of them staggered and knelt before Yi Chen at the same time. They buried their heads low while they were shaking intensely. It was really Mad Southern Yi. Such a person could kill a martial Dao master with a swing of his sword and a punch. One of them was even running away like a dead dog. However, They had kidnapped mad Southern Yi of all people. At that moment, the bearded hunk and the other two were in despair. Yi Jing, Sun Sarong, Yen Ning, Huang Fugui, and the rest who rushed over saw that. They were so shocked that they could not speak. What was going on? The bearded hunk could not stop kowtowing as soon as he saw Yi Jing. "Officer Yi, please arrest us. We definitely won't fight back." Yi Jing was dumbstruck. What exactly happened? Why were the three assassins who were dying to grow wings and run earlier begging her to arrest them in the blink of an eye? "Arrest me. Quick! Officer Yi, I'm begging you," the bearded hunk proceeded to say. They would rather be arrested by Yi Jing than be killed by the devil, Yi Qin, on the spot. Just when Yi Jing was going to say something, she heard a gunshot all of a sudden. Out of habit, she pushed Sun Sarong and Yen Ning who were before her. "Oh no, get down now." Yi Qin squinted and looked toward the direction of the gunshot. A sniper rifle bullet was gradually enlarging in his pupils. Moreover, he was the target of the bullet. Chapter 205. The moment the gunshot was heard on the rooftop of a building 1,000 meters away from the alley, a man wearing a camouflage headgear lay motionless on the rooftop. In front of him was a 25mm XM109 sniper rifle that could be called a shoulder cannon. A grim smirk appeared at the corner of the man's lips the moment the gunshot was heard. "Goodbye, Master Yi." The 25mm XM109 sniper rifle had a 25mm barrel with shocking power and a shooting range of 1,200 meters. It originally had the ability to destroy light armor, but its power was more than 2 times higher after his modification. Therefore, to him, Yi Qin was dead for sure. However, in the next second, Yi Qin, who was in the alley, suddenly stretched his arm out and grabbed the bullet that was shooting at him. He caught the bullet in his hand, and nothing happened to him at all. This scene was also seen by the people at the side. Yi Jing, who had snapped back to her senses, was dumbstruck. She was in disbelief. Am I seeing this right?" Sun Sarong and Yen Ning covered their red lips softly as disbelief filled their faces. Huang Fugui and Zhang Daniu looked like they had just seen a ghost. The three of them who were kneeling on the ground were scared out of their wits. He caught the bullet with his bare hands. They had never seen such a thing before. He's indeed mad, Southern Yi. I'm really impressed. My God, he caught the bullet with his bare hands? The sniper on the rooftop rubbed his eyes and looked horrified. "I can't believe this Master Yi is so powerful. There's a mistake in the information. Retreat." He quickly dismantled the sniper rifle before him and put it into a briefcase after speaking. He walked to the edge of the rooftop and leaped off directly. He ran far away at top speed. He retreated as soon as he missed his target. That was the professionalism of a top assassin. Yi Qin saw him almost the moment he leaped off. Trying to run? It's not that easy. He turned around and flicked his finger at the three of them. 3 spiritual power cyclones sealed their dantians directly, causing them to lose the ability to fight back temporarily. "You guys stay here. I'll be back after I kill someone." Yi Qin carried his daughter, Meng Meng. He took a step out while carrying his daughter, Meng Meng. He disappeared from everyone's sight within a few leaps, moving like a ghost. Yi Jing was shocked. She was shocked by Yi Chen's series of techniques. She wanted to chase after him, but she was worried about the three of them. Since when did Boss become so powerful? Huang Pei swallowed her saliva, her eyes glazed over. Yen Ning was in disbelief too. "I've no idea." Huang Fugui suppressed the shock within him forcefully. He could not help but recall the fast attack group being destroyed. Naturally, he figured that it was Yi Qin. Yi Jing couldn't help but look at Sun Sarong. "Miss Sun, do you know him?" "Sort of." Sun Sarong finally reacted. She took a deep breath and said, "I only know that Grandmaster Ye's medical skills are amazing, and his skills are amazing too, but I didn't expect him to be this amazing." Her impression of Yi Qin was still stuck in the memory of Yi Qin treating her and killing Lin Fan. "Grandmaster Yi?" Yi Jing frowned, feeling a little lost. She knew that she had been traveling a lot, but she had never heard of such a person. At that moment, the bearded hunk, who was kneeling on the ground, sighed. He's not Grandmaster Yi at all. He's the mad Southern Yi who's famous in China. Now that the three of us have fallen into his hands, we admit defeat. What mad Southern Yi? Why am I getting more and more confused? Yi Jing could not help but look at him in confusion. The bearded hunk chuckled. You won't understand even if I tell you. Yi Chun ran all the way to the fake mountain in the park that was 10 kilometers away. Although the man was fast and his movements were clean, it was unfortunate that he encountered Yi Chin. To Yi Chin, the short 10 kilometers did not consume much spiritual power at all as he performed the imperial wind method without touching the ground. On the other hand, the assassin who was running in front was draining his energy throughout the entire journey. He fell onto the ground directly in the end, panting and could no longer run. Why don't you keep running? Yi Chun walked over one step after another. He then saw that the assassin was a black man who looked like he was in his 30s. The man stood up from the ground and said in stiff Chinese, "You're very powerful. We've underestimated you. Tell me your name. Where are you from? Who asked you to assassinate me?" Yi Chen asked. The assassin's stealth, sniping, and escaping skills were top-notch. If it were someone else, they might have been killed by the shot earlier, let alone catching up to him. Tony from Florida, America. As for who sent me to kill you, I don't know either. I only care about the 100 million reward. The assassin did not plan to hide it. Yi Chen frowned slightly. 100 million US dollars? That's right. Tony smiled arrogantly. I'm not the only one who accepted this mission. Many people and organizations have accepted it, such as the famous underground organizations overseas, 7 Kills, Dark Dragon, Hidden Bat, and Tengu. I'm guessing they're in China now. Even the king of assassins, the Dark Knight Butcher, is here. As Yi Chen thought about it, he guessed that it was the Su family who issued the mission. The reason being everyone who went against him was dead. The Su family was the only one who was still alive. Meanwhile, the Xue family dared not do that since Xue Xuejiao was under his control. Meanwhile, the Wei family would not hire an assassin directly. At that moment, a grenade appeared in Tony's hand all of a sudden. He tossed it at Yi Chen after pulling the pin quickly. Go to hell, Master Yi. He ran far away with all the strength he had after saying that. You can catch bullets with your bare hands. Surely you're not afraid of grenades. You're asking for death. Yi Chen smiled in disdain. He flicked his finger at the grenade that was coming at him at high speed. The grenade was thrown at Tony, who was running at a high speed. Tony turned his head by instinct and could not help but open his mouth wide. No. The grenade landed right in his mouth. Bang! As a loud thud came, sand and rocks that were 3 meters tall were thrown into the air. When Yi Chen looked again, there was a hole in the ground. Meanwhile, Tony had been blown into pieces. The Su family is offering 100 million US dollars to kill me. Haha, I'd like to see what kind of person you can hire with 100 million US dollars. Of course. Anyone who wants to kill me, Yi Chen, must die. Yi Chen chuckled softly as an electric arc flashed through his eyes. He walked over and picked up Tony's torn clothes. He then turned around and left in a carefree manner. After returning to the alley, Yi Chen handed the bearded hunk and the other 2 to Yi Jing. He then left with Sun Sarong and the rest. He turned a deaf ear to Yi Jing's request to go back to the police station to help with the statement. Yi Jing was pissed, but the bearded hunk and the rest were excited. They still had the chance to hire a lawyer to defend themselves if they were to fall into the police's hands. Perhaps a suspended death sentence or a life sentence would be great. However, if they were to fall into Yi Chen's hands. Chapter 206. Sun Sarong was sent back to Tianan by Yi Jing's people overnight. It was already night when Yi Chen returned to the Imperial Wind Pavilion. Old Chen's people brought him to the military compound as soon as he sat down. Old Chen asked directly, "Do you know about the 100 million US dollars bounty on you?" "Not only that, but I also know that it's the Su family who released the bounty mission." Yi Chen nodded lightly. "Do you know how many people have sneaked into China for you?" Old Chen nodded. Yi Chen could not help but look at him. "There are a total of 53 of them." Old Chen looked grim. "These 53 people are international assassins. I've received news that 7 kills, Tengu, Dark Dragon, and Hidden Bet have been mobilized. Most importantly, the King of Assassins, the Dark Knight Butcher, appeared in Binhai 5 hours ago." "The King of Assassins?" Yi Chen squinted, his interest piqued. "That's right." Old Chen nodded and said, "There's a leaderboard in the international underground called the Bloody Skull Leaderboard. It's ranked according to the number of successful assassinations. You can treat it as China's Heaven Leaderboard." He paused as he spoke to this point and went on. "Meanwhile, the Dark Knight Butcher ranks #1 on the Bloody Skull Leaderboard. 10 years ago, this man snuck into China and successfully assassinated a martial Dao master. After that, this man even tattooed a few words on the martial Dao master's face. Killing Chinese people like killing dogs." "The martial Dao master who died was from the military?" Yi Chen noticed that Old Chen was rather upset. "That's right. His name is Peng Jiangwo. He's an important member of the military. When we found out that he was dead, we mobilized all of our forces to lock down the customs and all the transportation hubs. However, the Dark Knight Butcher managed to escape." Old Chen nodded lightly and lifted his head to look at Yi Chen. "This is the shame of our military and China. Since he dares to sneak into China again, we mustn't let him live. Give me 20 chalcedony. I'll bring his head to you." Yi Chen smiled lightly. Old Chen was stunned. "What chalcedony?" "It's the essence that comes from jade. I know the government can get it." Old Chen clenched his teeth and said, "Sure, as long as you can kill the Dark Knight Butcher. I'll figure out a way to get you 20. It was night, and the river of stars hung upside down. Yi Chen sat on the cool chair outside the Imperial Wind Pavilion. His eyes were extremely deep. With his divine consciousness, he sensed that there were 16 people around the Imperial Wind Pavilion. Only 16 people have come. Looks like they're not going to be easy to deal with. Fine, I'll go look for the rest after I kill you all." Yi Chen shook his head lightly and took a step forward. He leaped hundreds of meters away within the blink of an eye and arrived outside the Imperial Wind Pavilion directly. An assassin was hiding on top of a large tree. He held a pair of binoculars in his hands and observed the situation inside the Imperial Wind Pavilion through the gaps in the tree. At this moment, an air-piercing sound was heard. He subconsciously took out his binoculars and was shocked to see a young man walking through the void with his hands behind his back. Before he could react, the young man formed a blade with his fingers, and a head floated into the air with eyes wide open. This series of movements was very clean and agile. The first one, Yi Chen raised his eyebrows slightly at first. Then he looked at the top of the 5-story building across the Imperial Wind Pavilion. A young man with blonde hair and blue eyes with a high-nosed bridge was holding a sniper rifle at the moment. The muzzle was pointed at the Imperial Wind Pavilion, and he was watching attentively. Suddenly, he felt darkness above him. He lifted his head to look immediately and saw a gigantic foot falling from the sky. The top of the building shook intensely. The young man with blonde hair and blue eyes was stomped into a pile of meat pancake directly. The second one. Yi Chen did not stop. He headed toward the range of his divine consciousness again and leaped from building to building. In less than 10 minutes, the 16 assassins who were closest to the Imperial Wind Pavilion were all killed. There are 37 more. Yi Chen frowned slightly. The 39 of them were not within the range of his divine consciousness. It would take him a lot of time to find them. However, the longer he waited, the more trouble he would have. Yi Chun returned to the Imperial Wind Pavilion Villa as he thought to this point. He glanced at the Patriarch of Hell who had stolen his cigarette and was puffing smoke. "Come with me." The old ancestor immediately jumped off the sofa, wagged his tail, and followed him out. He said excitedly, "Master, are we going to the club?" The Patriarch was a little touched. This fiend has finally remembered my physiological needs. No, it shouldn't be called physiological needs. I'm doing this for cultivation. Sniff this with your nose. Remember the smell and help me find them. Yi Chin tossed a pair of underwear before it. The Patriarch's face turned green instantly, and he almost cussed out loud. "Yi, you mother f*** cur. Are you ordering me around like a howling celestial hound? I was a tribulation almighty when I was alive. How could I do such a thing? Not to mention, I even sniffed someone's underwear. I won't agree to that even if I die today. Are you going or not?" Yi Chen said coldly. The Patriarch forced an extremely sincere smile immediately. "Yes, of course. Honorable Master, it's my honor to be able to serve you." After holding back his disgust and sniffing the underwear on the ground, the Patriarch leaped directly to the building opposite with tears in his eyes. He could not stop hopping while Yi Chin followed closely behind him. On the 30th floor of a private residence in the northern district of Beijing, a middle-aged man with a beard wrapped in a towel stared at the laptop in front of the window without blinking. There were a total of 3 images on the screen. One of them was the Qi Medicine Hall, one was the Imperial Wind Pavilion, and the last one was the address of Yi Chen's villa. Among them, the Qi Medical Hall and the villa had not moved at all. On the other hand, the image of the Imperial Wind Pavilion kept flashing black shadows. It was night time, and there were many trees near the Imperial Wind Pavilion. As a result, the signal on the image was not very good, and the image quality was not very clear. The man took out a remote control, looked at the Imperial Wind Pavilion on the screen, and sneered, "There's 5 kilograms of TNT. It's enough to blow up this garden. Goodbye, Grandmaster Yi." Just as he was about to press the button on the remote control, he heard a loud noise. He saw the glass outside the window shatter, and a young man stepped out of the window. "God, what did I see?" "Someone actually flew in," the man exclaimed. Immediately after, he discovered that his body had suddenly burst into flames. He didn't even have time to scream before he was burned into ashes. 49th, a mumble faded into the distance. That night, people died mysteriously in all places in Beijing, including cinemas, tea houses, internet cafes, hotels, and clubs. Most of them were foreigners. They died in different ways. Some were split into half, some were decapitated, and some were burned alive. Yi Chen walked out of a club and chuckled softly. "It's the 52nd one. There's only one left. It should be the so-called king of assassins, the Dark Knight Butcher." There were a total of 53 people. Apart from the Dark Knight Butcher, Yi Chun killed the rest within an hour. The Patriarch was tired, so he sat on the ground and went on strike. "King of assassins, where are you?" Yi Chun smirked at the corner of his lips. What Yi Chen had no idea was that a young man with a pale face sneaked into the Imperial Wind Pavilion soon after he left without anyone knowing. When the young man passed by the living room, he noticed a little girl lying on the couch watching cartoons. Meanwhile, there was no one next to her. "Is that Master Ye's daughter?" A gleam of realization flashed through the young man's eyes. "Master Yi isn't here. Perhaps he's hiding after hearing the news. Why don't I capture his daughter first and force him to show himself? He'll definitely lose his mind if something happens to his daughter. Then I, the Dark Knight Butcher, will definitely be able to kill him." Chapter 207. When Yi Chun was looking for the Dark Knight Butcher while walking the Patriarch of Hell, he suddenly sensed that his daughter was moving. She was quite fast. He had planted a spiritual energy seed in the little girl since the beginning, so he could sense her movements at all. Moreover, the father and daughter were connected. "Ha! King of Assassins! Are you trying to use my daughter to threaten me? But I'll have to disappoint you. Yi Chin chuckled softly. He called the patriarch of hell and chased after the direction he sensed. He was neither fast nor slow. In the suburbs of Beijing, a young man with a pale face was walking in the night with a little girl who was 4 or 5 years old. The little girl blinked and seemed to be rather impatient. "Uncle, how much longer do we have to go before we see my daddy?" "Soon, we'll be there soon," the young man said in standard Mandarin with an unusually kind expression on his face. The little girl tilted her head and took a few glances at him. "Uncle, are you really my daddy's friend?" "Yes, your daddy and I are good friends." The young man nodded while smiling. He did not stop walking and walked to the place that he had chosen earlier. The little girl said innocently, "But I've never seen you before." "My daddy said that girls must learn to protect themselves when they're out." The young man's smile froze. "I've been friends with your daddy for many years. You weren't even born then." The little girl opened her eyes wide and was rather curious. "Uncle, how long have you known Daddy?" The young man felt like his patience was running out. He said in his deep voice, "Very long." The little girl asked all sorts of weird questions along the way. For example, "Uncle, why do you smell so bad?" "You must be hygienic." "Uncle, your nails are so long," and so on. How long is very long? As expected, the little girl started asking questions. "Shut up." The corner of the young man's lips twitched hard. "Are you done yet?" "Uncle, you're being mean to me." The little girl pouted, feeling wronged. However, the young man ignored her directly and walked quickly while holding her hand. They were almost there. They would arrive at the place that they had prepared earlier in another kilometer. As long as Master Yi dared to chase after them, they would definitely be trapped. At that moment, the little girl suddenly turned her head and shouted in surprise, "Daddy, I'm here!" The young man was shocked upon hearing that. The young man was shocked. He picked up the little fellow and ran forward without looking back. After running a few steps, he realized that something was wrong, because the little fellow in his arms was not crying, shouting, or making a fuss. He subconsciously looked down, only to see the little fellow pouting and looking at him. "You're not my father's friend. You're a bad guy. Put me down." "Shut up. I'll kill you if you make any more noise." This time, the young man realized that he had been fooled. He was surprised by the child's intelligence, and he became angry out of shame, completely revealing his cold side. He thought that after being yelled at like that, the little fellow would be frightened to the point of not daring to say a word. Who knew that the little guy would not show the slightest bit of fear? Instead, he said seriously, "Bad uncle, if you don't put me down, I'm going to get angry." The young man could not help but sneer. He was the king of assassins. If he couldn't even deal with a little girl, he might as well be called the king of trash. Immediately after, a chubby little hand slapped his face. A hint of disdain flashed through the dark night butcher's eyes. How strong can a 4-year-old kid be? He disdained to stop them. Pa! However, in the next second, the dark night butcher could only feel an extremely powerful force slapping his mouth. He could not help but grunt and spit out 2 teeth. They were his front teeth. At that moment, he was dumbstruck. How could a 4-year-old kid break his 2 front teeth with just 1 slap? Another little fist landed on his face. The punch landed directly on his right eye. The dark night butcher felt like he was seeing stars. Subsequently, his right eye swelled up. "I'll kill you, I'll kill you." The little girl could not stop hitting his face. Soon after, the dark night butcher's face was swollen. He was enraged when he finally snapped back to his senses. He grabbed the little girl's neck with killing intent on his face. He seemed to be trying to break her throat. Roar! Just when his hand was about to touch the little girl's neck, a black silhouette leaped out of the little girl's head. The black silhouette grew with the wind and instantly transformed into a giant black snake. It was approximately as thick as an adult's arm. It bared its teeth and bit the dark night butcher's hand. "What's this?" The dark night butcher's scalp tingled. He dodged the snake's attack immediately and retreated a few steps back. His back was drenched in cold sweat when he saw what it was. The snake attacked him again. A snake? The Dark Knight Butcher narrowed his eyes and slapped the gigantic snake. The gigantic snake was sent flying a few meters away. Xiaohei, let's run. Let's look for Daddy. The little girl pounced on the snake's back immediately and hugged it. The snake turned its head to glare coldly at the Dark Knight Butcher before running into the darkness. It knew that it was no match for this person, since it had just been born. Hence, it dared not fight. Run. Where do you think you're going? The Dark Knight Butcher smirked and chased after it immediately. Greed flashed through his eyes. This snake is psychic. If I can subdue it, who would I, the Dark Knight Butcher, be afraid of? Xiaohei, the bad uncle is catching up. Hurry up! The little girl urged while lying on Xiaohei. Seeing that the bad uncle was getting closer to her, the little girl suddenly screamed, Daddy! What a cunning brat! Are you trying to do the same thing again? The Dark Knight Butcher smirked in disdain. In the next second, a calm voice echoed through the entire forest. My dear daughter, don't be afraid. Daddy is here. A young man flew over as soon as the voice was heard. A young man walked through the air, and a dog followed behind him. The dog also floated in the air, flapping its legs. Upon seeing that, the Dark Knight Butcher was dumbstruck. The Dark Knight Butcher was dumbstruck. The young man appeared before the little girl in a flash. She ran into his embrace immediately and said while panting, Daddy, you're finally here. I was scared to death. Don't worry. I'm here now. Nobody dares to hurt you. Yi Qin caressed her little round face and looked at Xiaohei next to her. His eyes were rather cold. Useless. Little Black buried its head in self-reproach. Its body moved and it shrank into a palm-sized snake again. It had only been less than a month since it had come out of the eggshell. It was weak and could not perform many techniques. It could deal with ordinary people, but it would be difficult for it to deal with the Dark Knight Butcher. A black puppy landed heavily on the ground, causing a cloud of dust to fly up. When the dust settled, the black puppy's body shook violently. The black puppy stood on the ground with its 2 forelegs and cackled at Little Black on the ground. Ha ha ha, second brother, I'm here. I, your ancestor. Feel ashamed to have a little brother like you. But don't worry, your ancestor will avenge you today. Next time, remember to call me Big Brother. After that, the Patriarch of Hell wagged his tail in a showy manner and was about to pounce on the Dark Knight Butcher. Get lost. Yi Qin kicked his butt and sent him flying directly. He then looked at the Dark Knight Butcher with a smile. The King of Assassins, Mr. Dark Knight Butcher, we finally meet. Chapter 208. Yi Qin squinted and took a good look at the so-called King of Assassins before him. He noticed that he was also an Asian, but his face was pale and his eyes were sinister. It must have something to do with his profession. Master Yi? The Dark Knight Butcher's eyes could not stop flickering. He could not stop cursing in his heart after witnessing Yi Chen's technique of walking in the air earlier. Damn you, Sugar Daddy. What information did you guys give me? This master, Yi doesn't only know how to control lightning. He's clearly a martial Dao master. Although he had killed a martial Dao master before, it was an assassination after all, and not a head-on kill. Yi Chen's current ability had greatly exceeded his imagination, so he could not help but secretly retreat. Didn't you come here to kill me? I'm here now. Come over. Yi Qin smiled wryly. Master Yi, don't get cocky. Although I can't kill you this time, you can't catch me either. Now that you've exposed your ability, I won't give up. I won't stop until I kill you. The Dark Knight Butcher revealed a cold smile. He was the king of assassins who was famous in the international underground world. How could that be the only technique he had? If he failed to kill Yi Chun in one attack, he could totally run away and hide. He would then wait for the next opportunity. That was how he had sneaked into China and killed the military's martial Dao master, Pang Jiangwo. As his voice fell, A thick black smoke immediately appeared in front of him. The black smoke was billowing. The black rock looked like graphite powder. It was thick and dense, blocking Yi Chen's sight directly. However, Yi Chen's divine consciousness was locked onto him. Through his divine consciousness, he saw the Dark Knight Butcher spread his arms wide. His muscles were trembling. Like an eagle spreading its wings, he turned into a black shadow and leaped far away. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared 100 meters away. Trying to run? It's not that easy. Let's see who kills who this time. Yi Chen smirked in disdain. Subsequently, he chased after the Dark Knight Butcher while carrying his daughter. One must admit that the Dark Knight Butcher was not called the King of Assassins for nothing. Although Yi Chen had never fought him before, he could feel that he was an expert in escaping. Besides that, his movement technique was unpredictable. No wonder the Chinese military couldn't catch you 10 years ago. Ordinary martial Dao masters can't catch up to you at all. Unfortunately, you met me. A playful expression appeared on Yi Chen's face. He sped up immediately. The duo leaped into the White Tower one after another. The Dark Knight Butcher was close to spitting blood as he sensed the cold killing intent coming from behind him. Damn it, damn it. Why is this Master Yi so powerful? I've offended such a person for 100 million US dollars. I've suffered a great loss this time. Although he was incomparably shocked, it did not affect his speed at all. At this time there were countless young men and women standing on the long bridge of the White Tower, hugging each other intimately. They were just short of disarming themselves and engaging in physical combat. As the Dark Knight Butcher entered the bridge shook intensely. The young men and women were shocked. The Dark Knight Butcher did not even look at them. As soon as he landed on the long bridge, he leaped off the bridge. He stepped on the surface of the lake and ran toward the mountain on the other side of the lake while stepping on the waves. Countless people looked at the scene in shock. Is this a movie? Someone asked weakly. Before they could react, another silhouette dashed over. Yi Chen chased after them while carrying Meng Meng. His speed was more than 2 times faster than the Dark Knight Tusu. At the same time, on the top floor of a penthouse in the White Tower, a man and a lady sat opposite each other. A man and a woman sat facing each other, surrounded by burly men in black suits. They were like stars surrounding the moon, protecting the two of them in the middle. The lady was merely 30 years old. She had exquisite features, but there was a hint of worry between her brows. Meanwhile, the man was approximately 40 years old. He had a reserved aura, and his eyes were like lightning. He gave off a great sense of oppression. If there were outsiders present, they would definitely be so shocked that they would be speechless. The reason being that the man was the Xue family's martial Dao master, Xue Xiao. He used to rank number 10 on the heaven leaderboard and was like a guardian to the Xue family. Xue Xuejiao lifted the wine glass in her hand and said, while looking at the middle-aged man before her, "Congratulations on coming out of closed-door cultivation, second uncle. Your ability must have improved a lot compared to before, right?" "Not bad." Xue Xiao laughed out loud when he heard that. His voice was deafening. "I've read through all of Master Jesha's Tantric Sect cultivation notes this time, and I've gone into closed-door cultivation for half a month. I can kill ordinary martial Dao masters single-handedly. I'm not afraid, even if I'm facing the top 5 on the heaven leaderboard." As he spoke to this point, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of arrogance flashed through them. "When I come out of closed-door cultivation this time, I must experience the top 5 on the heaven leaderboard, especially this mad Southernie. I really want to know how he dares to jump to the first place on the heaven leaderboard." Hearing mad Southern Ye's name, Xue Xuejiao, who had just drunk the wine, suddenly turned pale and could not help but cough. "All right, where's Xuele? Why don't I see him?" Xue Xiao took a good look at the crowd and frowned a little. This brat would have come if he was in the past. Why has he changed his attitude now? Hearing this, Xue Xuejiao's body instantly trembled, and her expression was very unnatural. Xue Lei, what happened to Xue Lei? Xue Xiao squinted, noticing his niece's abnormality immediately. He was satisfied with her. She was smart, and good at scheming. She was suitable to lead the Xue family in the future. Xue Xuejiao clenched her fists tightly under the table. She suddenly got up and knelt before Xue Xiao. Second uncle, Xue Lei, he's dead. He was killed by someone. What? Who killed him? Xue Xiao's expression changed as an intense pressure exploded from his body. The over 10 hunks next to him almost knelt on the ground. Xue Xuejiao clenched her teeth and enunciated word for word. Mad Southern Yi killed him. Subsequently, she told him everything that happened when Yi Qin barged into the Xue residence. She did not exaggerate anything at all. The reason why she told him that was that her lifeline was in Yi Chen's hands. She was unwilling to be manipulated. Moreover, she heard that Xue Zhao's ability had skyrocketed, so he might have the ability to force Yi Qin to let her go. Mad Southern Yi, you've crossed the line. Xue Xiao was enraged, and his expression was terrifyingly grim. Let's go. Bring me there now. I, Xue Xiao, would like to learn a few moves from Mad Southern Yi. Bang! At that moment, a loud thud came from far away. It sounded like an explosion. Xue Xuejiao was shocked. Second uncle, what happened? Xue Xiao squinted and looked at the lake. He was a martial Dao master, so naturally his senses were extraordinary. He seemed to have sensed energy waves on the lake, faintly. There are masters fighting in the White Tower. He took a deep breath in and got up. Let's go. Let's go check it out now. It was rare to come across a fight between masters. Naturally, he would not miss it since he had come across it. Chapter 209. Above the lake. The Dark Night Butcher threw a punch at Yi Qin. The powerful energy caused the lake water around to explode continuously as he attempted to push Yi Qin back. Master Yi, since you insist on coming after me, this place will be your burial ground today. The commotion he caused the tourists in the White Tower to stand on the shore and watch. Countless people were shocked, and some even took out their phones to record. Yi Qin stood quietly on the surface of the lake while carrying his daughter. He did not say anything after hearing what the Dark Night Butcher said. He attacked ferociously and grabbed the air with his right hand. A glaring white blade appeared out of nowhere. Although the Dark Night Butcher was known as the King of Assassins, his true ability was only at the level of a normal martial Dao master. He was far weaker than people like Yuan Bupo. Therefore, he did not even bother to take out the almighty killer sword. Good timing! There were 2 sharp claws on the Dark Night Butcher's hands. They looked like they were made of molten iron. Under the illumination of the lights far away, there was a cold gleam as they charged at the white blade in Yi Chen's hand directly. Ding! With a crisp sound, his 2 sharp claws were severed by the white blade in Yi Chen's hand directly. The white blade flew across the sky and cut through the air. It did not slow down at all, as if it was going to destroy everything. Not good. The Dark Night Butcher's expression changed as he retreated directly. His body twisted like a wriggling leech as he dodged Yi Chen's attack. Such a fast saber. After he stood still, intense fear flashed through his eyes as he looked at the white blade in Yi Chen's hand. Is this the so-called Qi amalgamation in the Chinese martial Dao world? Although it's not a real object, it's sharper than a real object. His iron claws were made of the best materials. Not only were they extremely sharp, but they were also extremely hard. They could even pierce through walls made of reinforced concrete. However, Yi Qin had broken them with a single slash. Yi Qin approached aggressively. The white blade in his hand emitted a dazzling white gleam all of a sudden. The saber chi was intimidating. The slash alone made the Dark Night Butcher's expression change drastically. He had goosebumps all over his body. He took a deep breath, and madness flashed through his eyes. Master Yi, you forced me to do this. As soon as he said that, blood demon body. With a loud roar, all the qi and blood in his body surged out. At the same time, his body began to swell rapidly, and endless qi and blood gathered behind him. In the blink of an eye, his entire body seemed to have expanded by a large margin. His entire body was blood red, and the qi and blood behind him had already condensed into a blood-red giant that was 10 feet tall. An extremely violent aura spread out from his body, as if an ancient ferocious beast had descended into the world. Xue Xiao, who was at the shore, could not help but exclaim in shock when he saw that. Is this the blood devil's body from the west? Second uncle, what is the blood demon body? Xue Xuejiao had her eyes on the duo on the lake. Her focus was on Yi Qin. Since Yi Chen's back was facing her and they were quite far apart, she could not see him clearly. But for some reason, Xue Xuejiao felt that the figure was somewhat familiar. The blood demon body is a secret technique of the West. It mobilizes all the qi and blood in one's body and stimulates one's potential, causing one's battle power to increase explosively. Xue Xiao said in his deep voice, the most terrifying thing is that to cultivate the blood demon body, one has to drink the blood of all sorts of poisonous creatures. Therefore, their blood is extremely poisonous too. He paused as he spoke to this point and had his eyes on Yi Qin. I wonder who this man is. I can't believe he forced his opponent to use the blood demon body. It's terrifying. Blood demon body. Yi Qin was surprised. The white blade that was expanding in his hand slashed at the blood-red giant silhouette. His slash contained sword Dao that was powerful enough to cut the lake water. As the dark night butcher roared, the blood-red giant behind him suddenly opened its eyes. It looked like an evil god that was looking down on everyone. Subsequently, it took a step forward and slapped Yi Chun with a giant hand with a blood-red gas lingering around it. Black smoke came out of the lake as soon as the blood-red gas that was spreading out touched the surface. Countless fishes and prawns floated on the surface, with their bellies facing up. The Dark Night Butcher could not stop smirking upon seeing that. He had been cultivating this secret technique for 15 years. Not only did he have to drink the blood of poisonous creatures, but he also had to wipe his body with the blood of poisonous creatures. A single drop of poisonous blood could kill 1,000 people. A regular person would turn into pus and blood as soon as they breathed it in. The reason why he was fine was that he had forced the poison to the side of his gallbladder and suppressed it with energy. He would not use it unless he had no other choice. Otherwise, he would be in trouble too. Is it similar to the 5 poison sect in the cultivation world? Yi Qin came to a realization. Subsequently, he shook his head lightly. Unfortunately, it doesn't work on me. He had the body of an immortal, so he was immune to poison. Yi Qin activated the white blade in his hand and slashed at the blood-red silhouette immediately as he thought to this point. A saber chi that was over 3 meters long came out from that slash and slashed the blood-red silhouette into half like a piece of cake. The saber chi did not slow down at all and beheaded the Dark Night Butcher behind the blood-red silhouette directly. The saber chi maintained its momentum and traveled 300 meters. Eventually, it left a mark that was over 3 meters long on a long bridge by the shore. The people on the bridge screamed in shock. How is that possible? The Dark Night Butcher did not die immediately. Instead, he stared blankly at the white blade in Yi Chen's hand. His eyes were wide open as his head was separated from his body. The king of assassins in the international underground world, the Dark Night Butcher, was killed by Yi Qin with a single slash just like that. Yi Qin picked up a seaweed and tied the Dark Night Butcher's head. He leaped onto the long bridge as everyone watched in horror. Xue Xuejiao, who was on the bridge, screamed when she saw his face. Why are you here? Who is he? Xue Xiao was slightly stunned. There was fear in his eyes when he looked at Yi Qin. To be exact, it was fear. He knew about the Dark Night Butcher's ability. Although it was not powerful, even he, Xue Xiao, dared not say that he could break the sanguine demon form. However, Yi Chen had killed him with a single slash. Who exactly is this person? Since he has such a skill, he's more than qualified to be ranked in the top 5 on the heaven leaderboard. Why haven't I seen him before? Xue Xiao secretly hesitated and eventually said, "Second uncle, he's mad, Southern Yi." What? Xue Xiao was stunned at first. Subsequently, his heart jolted. The shock in his eyes was overwhelming when he looked at Yi Chen again. He's mad, Southern Yi. Before this, he was rather unhappy with mad Southern Yi, especially after he had a breakthrough in his organization. Coupled with the news of Xue Lei's tragic death, he wanted to take revenge on mad Southern Yi. But now he forcefully suppressed this thought. His expression could not stop changing as he thought to this point. Second uncle? Yi Chen could not help but lift his head to look at Xue Xiao upon hearing that. Are you Xue Xiao? Just when Xue Xiao was going to answer, he heard Yi Chen speak calmly. I heard that you don't like me? Buzz. Xue Xiao's scalp went numb. He said immediately, No, I've never thought like that. It doesn't matter if you do. I can give you a chance. Yi Chen glanced at him wryly. He carried the Dark Knight Butcher's head with one hand and left with his daughter in the other. Xue Xiao only released a breath of relief after he left. His expression turned grim. How is mad Southern Yi so powerful? Second uncle, Xue Lei's revenge. Xue Xuejiao's face turned pale. Even her second uncle had retreated. Would that not mean that her fate would be controlled by Yi Chen for the rest of her life? Xue Xiao scoffed. Although I can't do anything to him, there's someone who can kill him. Who? Xue Xuejiao asked by instinct. Xue Xiao said nothing as intense fear flashed through his eyes. Chapter 210. As the 53 international assassins died, the $100 million bounty on Yi Chen's head officially came to an end. The entire international underground world was stirred when the news spread overseas. Everyone was so shocked by the news that their scalps tingled. Those were 53 top assassins. Each of them had successfully assassinated at least 10 people. Among the 10 people were politicians from various countries and billionaires on the Forbes list. However, all of them were killed in China. Moreover, they were all killed by a single person. None of them survived. The assassin organization's hearts were bleeding. God knew how much effort, money, and time they had wasted to train a qualified assassin. Now all of that was destroyed. At the same time, Master Ye's name was well known overseas. Everyone suppressed the thought of sneaking into China to assassinate him. They realized that they should not offend this Master Yi anymore. At that moment, an even more shocking news spread like wildfire. Master Yi was the China #1 mad Southern Yi. When everyone saw Yi Chen killing Yuan Bupo, Northern Devil Jiang, and the rest, they were so shocked that they could not speak for a long time. Mad Southern Yi was #1 on the heaven leaderboard, #1 in China. He killed masters like he was killing dogs. They could not believe that they were assassinating such a person. Apart from being shocked, everyone was furious. What fake information did the Su family provide? Is this a bait game to lure us assassins? At that moment, countless assassin organizations gave out orders. All members of 7 Kills, take note. Stop assassinating Mad Southern Yi immediately. Put Mad Southern Yi on our 7 Kills extremely dangerous list. Don't offend him in the future. Secret message from the Dark Dragon. Don't go against Mad Southern Yi from now on. Don't touch anyone related to him. Otherwise, you'll be killed. Brothers of the Tengu, boss ran away because he's afraid of Mad Southern Yi's revenge. Let's run away with him. The entire international underground world was terrified. That was because they knew what a martial Dao master represented. Any martial Dao grandmaster in any assassin organization would be able to reign supreme. However, these so-called martial Tao masters were no different from chickens and dogs before Mad Southerny. It was night time. A red moon covered the land 2,000 kilometers away in the west. A loud laugh broke the silence of the night. Ha ha ha, the restriction is finally broken. A white silhouette stood before a stone door with his arms behind his back. He looked proud and could not hide the excitement on his face. Meanwhile, there were 6 silhouettes standing behind him. Each of them was releasing a terrifying energy wave. If there were ancient martial artists here, they would definitely be shocked to find out that the 6 of them were martial Tao masters. The 6 of them bowed slightly and shouted while clasping their fists, "Young master! Young master!" Ha ha ha! If it weren't for the 6 of you working together to attack the restriction for 2 months, I'm afraid that the restriction on the Ghost Rider Sect's mountain gate would not have been exhausted by now. Bai Zhanyuan smiled calmly and spoke again. Guys, the Ghost Rider Sect is a hidden sect that existed 1,000 years ago. They're extremely good at controlling ghosts and refining rocks. As soon as the few of us enter and obtain the Ghost Rider Sect's inheritance, we'll be able to break through above the innate stage. Who in this world can fight us then? Young master, the Dragon's Severing Gate is a heavy gate. We can't break it even if the 6 of us work together. Su Tao, who was standing aside, frowned. As soon as he said that, the other 5 nodded to themselves. For the past 2 months, the 6 of them had been attacking the Ghost Rider Sect's mountain gate restriction without rest. They had been trying to deplete the remaining power of the mountain gate's array formation. Now that the restriction had been broken, what stood in front of them was a stone door that could not be damaged by swords or explosives. Bai Zhanyuan chuckled softly upon hearing that. Bai Zhanyuan chuckled softly and turned his head to look at Su Tao. He said meaningfully, "Su Tao, do you know why I asked you to marry that woman to me?" Naturally, Su Tao knew who the woman was. He shook his head to show that he had no idea. To be honest, the Dragon's Severing Gate requires pure Yin blood to open, Bai Zhanyuan said calmly. Pure Yin blood? The 6 of them frowned in confusion. Su Tao's expression changed. He seemed to have recalled something. Are you saying that my cousin's blood is pure Yin blood? That's right. Bai Zhanyuan nodded and said, Your cousin has a pure Yin body. The so-called pure Yin body means that she's born in a Yin year, a Yin month, and a Yin hour. Such a person is a natural cultivation genius. You can say that she's a supreme cauldron for people to harvest. If a man has sex with her, he'll gain some benefits. Su Tao was shocked to hear that. Now he finally understood why Bai Zhanyuan wanted to marry his cousin. He wanted to have sex with her and use her blood to open the Dragon Severing Gate. It was no wonder that he was curious why Bai Zhanyuan would ignore the other beauties and fall for a married man. It turned out that everything was planned. Noticing that Su Tao's expression was off, Bai Zhanyuan's expression turned grim. Why? You can't bear to? No, I just can't accept it. Su Tao shook his head immediately. That's great. Bai Zhanyuan placed his arms behind his back. A gleam of seriousness flashed through his eyes. You must know that the Dragon's Severing Gate's inheritance is related to whether all of you can touch the innate stage or not. Those who want to achieve great things shouldn't bother with the little things. What's a mere woman to you? You're right, young Master Bai. Su Tao nodded immediately with ruthlessness on his face. Bai Zhanyuan was right. Those who achieved great things would not be bothered by the little things. To become more powerful, he could even give up his sister who shared the same mother, let alone his cousin. Moreover, his cousin hated him to the core since the beginning. Most importantly, he had an elder brother named Su Qilin. On the day he was born, a phenomenon of a Qilin stepping on clouds appeared above the Su family's residence. Because of that, his elder brother was treasured by the Su family. Meanwhile, he, Su Tao, was just a shadow that lived behind his elder brother. Fortunately, Su Qilin left with a traveling Taoist priest when he was 8. He was considered to have walked out of the shadow officially. He did not want to go back to the past, so he wanted to hold on to everything that he had. At that moment, Su Tao's phone rang. He picked up the call immediately when he saw the number on the screen. Subsequently, his expression changed. He was shocked after hanging up the phone. He took a deep breath in and said, "Young Master Bai, the $100 million reward has failed." Bai Zhanyuan was shocked, while the other 5 could not help but look at Su Tao. 53 international assassins died in his hands, including the king of assassins, the Dark Knight Butcher. "I've underestimated Yi." Su Tao's expression was extremely grim. "I can't believe that the trash in my eyes is the famous mad Southern Yi in China." The people were shocked as soon as they heard that. Bai Zhanyuan squinted and looked at a middle-aged man before him intentionally. "The mad Southern Yi who killed Yuan Bupo, Northern Devil Jiang, Eastern Superior Ning, and Western Overlord Lu to get to number 1 on the Heaven Leaderboard?" "That's right," the middle-aged man said in his deep voice. He had a complicated feeling. As one of the Eastern Superior, Western Overlord, Southern Killer, and Northern Devil, he was actually disdainful to be listed as one of the 5 powerhouses. However, as Mad Southern Yi appeared, the Eastern Superior, Western Overlord, Southern Killer, and Northern Devil had all died in his hands. Now he was the only one left. "It's him." A middle-aged man with a cold expression sucked in a breath of cold air. He was ranked 9th on the heaven roll, Wei Wuya of the Wei clan. An old man in a gray monk robe twirled his Buddhist beads and said coldly, "This person killed my close friend. This debt of blood will never be repaid." He was the Dharma Zen Temple's Master Jesha. Even though he was not on the heavenly board, his strength was not inferior to Wei Wuya's. Su Tao couldn't help but ask, "Young Master Bai, will his appearance affect our plan?" "It's all right. The wedding will be held tomorrow afternoon." Bai Zhanyuan smiled lightly. "What if he comes to stop us?" Su Tao was shocked. Bai Zhanyuan stood with his arms behind his back and said calmly, "I'm just worried that he won't dare to stop us. Bai Li, pick that woman up from the Dharma Zen Temple tomorrow." "All right." An incomparably handsome young man immediately nodded, licked his dry lips, and said, "I also want to experience how powerful the so-called number 1 on the heavenly roll is." Hearing this, intense fear flashed through the eyes of the remaining 5 of them when they looked at him. This person was only Bai Zhenyuan's underling. He was not famous, but his ability was more powerful than theirs. "Young Master Bai, what if the other 6 great cultivators interfere, especially Yang Junlin?" Su Tao hesitated to speak. "Are you talking about people like Yan Nanfei and Han Qinhu?" Bai Zhanyuan squinted and said, "They're nothing to be afraid of. However, to not alert the enemy, Wei Wuya, Master Jesha, Unquestionable Sword, don't do anything. Stay here with me to guard the Ghost Rider Sect's mountain gate for now. The 2 masters from the Su family and Bai Li are enough to kill this person. Yang Junlin, number 2 on the heavenly roll? Heavenly roll? It's a joke to me." Chapter 211. At the Imperial Wind Pavilion's garden. Yi Qin locked himself in his room. There were countless refining materials before him. Among them, there were 20 jade stones the size of eggs floating in the air. "I have enough materials for 2 sets of formations now." A smile appeared on his face as he recalled the shock on old Chen's face when he brought the Dark Knight Butcher's head to see him. Apart from refining the Great 9 Heavens Dragon Transformation Formation to protect the Imperial Wind Pavilion, I'll also refine the Great Thunder Absolute Kill Formation. Yi Qin stretched his arm and waved as he thought to this point. All of the materials hovered into the air as he spat true fire out of his mouth. 2 hours later, 19 dark green formation flags appeared before Yi Qin. 19 dark green formation flags appeared before Yi Qin. Each of the formation flags was only the size of a palm, and there was a jade the size of an egg embedded on them. In addition to the 19 array flags, there were also 2 spirit gathering plates with golden runes constantly surging on them. They were like golden chains that tightly bound the spirit gathering plates. Satisfaction filled Yi Chen's eyes, but it was soon replaced by coldness. He put the formation flags and the spirit gathering discs away into his storage ring, got up and walked out. The little girl was having fun playing with Xiaohei in the living room. Yi Chen walked out of the Imperial Wind Pavilion after informing the Patriarch of Hell, who was standing aside. Late at night in the Su family's villa, Yi Chen, who had disguised himself as Guosheng, could not stop walking around the villa. He would plant a formation flag in every corner. The formation flag would disappear as soon as it was planted into the ground. After planting the formation flags in all 10 corners and placing the spirit-gathering discs on the Su family's roof, Yi Chen scanned every corner of the villa with his divine consciousness again. He walked out of the Su family's villa while smiling. The great Thunder Absolute Kill Formation can cover a range of 1,000 meters. It can seal everything and summon heavenly lightning. Nobody can avoid it. Su family, this is prepared for you guys. The next morning, Yi Chen stood in the Imperial Wind Pavilion's garden while his daughter, Wang Meng, and the rest stood aside. They watched Yi Chen set up the formation without blinking. Yi Chen performed a hand seal at the 9 formation flags around the garden. The 9 formation flags shook and hovered in the air, releasing glaring white gleams at the same time. In the end, these white lights connected together, forming a huge ring of light that enveloped the entire Imperial Wind Pavilion. Meanwhile, the entire garden trembled, and under everyone's shocked gazes, the man-made lake at the side began to boil, emitting white mist. The white mist spread to every corner of the Imperial Wind Pavilion, giving off a feeling of paradise on earth. Everyone took a whiff and felt refreshed. It was as if every pore on their body had opened up. Heavens! I didn't expect this malefic star to set up such a powerful formation. Patriarch Yellow Spring breathed in the mist in the air. He was shocked. Although he was a tribulation stage cultivator in his previous life, he knew that he couldn't set up such a mysterious spirit gathering array. The 9 Heavens Dragon Transformation Formation is complete. Yi Chen revealed a satisfied expression when he sensed the spiritual energy that lingered around him. He turned his head and said to the Patriarch of Hell and Xiaohei, "Try to cultivate here if you guys have time in the future. Your cultivation speed will be much faster." At that moment, Yi Chen's phone rang. It was Guosheng. "Master, Su Tao is back." His voice fell. Yi Chen's body suddenly changed. Subsequently, a shocking killing intent exploded from him. The killing intent that he did not hide made Wang Meng and the Patriarch of Hell kneel onto the ground directly. They felt like a mountain was pressing on them. Meng was the only one who was fine. "You're back? Great, that's great." Yi Chen looked coldly in the direction where the Su family was. A bloodthirsty, cruel smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. "You finally couldn't take it anymore and came back. As long as I capture you and perform the soul-searching tactic on you, I'll naturally know where Yu Han is." Guosheng, who was on the other end of the phone, tossed another bomb at him after noticing that he did not say anything for a long time. "Master, the Su family has brought forward their wedding this afternoon. They've announced that they've invited all of the wealthy families and nobles in Beijing." "All right, I got it." Yi Chen squinted. His phone rang again as soon as he hung up. However, it was Old Chin calling this time. "We've found your wife. She's hidden in the Dharma Zen temple." Old Chin was very straightforward. He said after some hesitation, "Moreover, the Su family's wedding is going to be very high profile. I think they're fearless. Do you need my military's help?" "No need." Yi Chen shook his head lightly and squinted. "Commander Chin, let me ask you something. Which side will the military be on today?" Old Chin fell into silence for a few seconds. Eventually he said, "The military won't be on either side. However, All of the soldiers in the Beijing military will be having a drill today. Nobody can mobilize a single soldier. Thank you. Yi Chen took a deep breath in and understood what Old Chin meant immediately. Although he was not afraid of the military, he did not want them to turn against each other. Old Chin sighed. I'll just ask you something. How many people from the Su family can survive today? What he got in response was an extremely cold sentence. Apart from you, Han, none of them will be spared. Got it. Old Chin hung up the phone with extremely complicated emotions. Yi Chen took a deep breath in and lifted his head to look at his daughter before him. He revealed a gentle smile. Meng Meng, Daddy will bring you to Mommy, okay? Daddy, can I really see Mommy? The little girl's eyes lit up. There was anticipation, anxiety, joy, and unfamiliarity in her innocent eyes. Yes, I'll definitely be able to see Mommy this time. Yi Chen smiled gently and extended his hand to the little girl. Come, hold Daddy's hand. Let's go get Mommy together. The little girl extended her chubby little hand and grabbed Yi Chen's big hand tightly. As the father and daughter held hands, their warm blood was connected at that moment. Master, I can't hold back the primordial energy in my body anymore. I'm dying to kill. The patriarch of hell wagged his tail and grinned. Xiaohei flicked its forked tongue, its eyes cold. You guys stay here. Nobody's allowed to go. Yi Chen shook his head as a cold smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. This is my own business. I'll destroy the Su family on my own today. The Su family was getting married. The news spread through the entire Beijing within half an hour. It even swept through the entire China like a tide. Countless people were shocked. Although they knew that the Su family would be getting married, nobody expected it to be over 10 days in advance. Moreover, there was no sign of it at all. It was brought forward all of a sudden. Most importantly, they had no idea who the Su family's young mistress was getting married to, and the Su family had no explanation for it. The entire China was stirred at that moment. Countless wealthy families from all over the country sent their people to Beijing to attend the wedding. At the Qin residence in Beijing, just when the Qin family was going to send someone to the Su family's wedding, a call came in. Nobody's allowed to attend the Su family's wedding today. Anyone who disobeys will be expelled from the family. The people from the Qin family were confused. At the Yan residence, Yan Nanfei, who was in his military uniform, rushed back to the Yan residence directly. He gathered all the Yan family's upper echelons for a meeting. The Yan family won't be participating in the Su family's wedding. One of the Yan family's core upper echelons asked in confusion, Nanfei, why won't you be participating? Although the Yan family and the Su family don't like each other, we have to show our sincerity. Yan Nanfei looked out of the window at the dark clouds in the sky with his arms behind his back. His voice was deep. It's going to rain. It's best to kill on a rainy day. All the blood will be washed away after the rain. At the Shui residence, Shui Xuejiao was holding a wedding invitation in her hand. She looked at Shui Xiao, who was practicing boxing in the courtyard, and said, Second uncle, the Su family sent us an invitation. Are we going? Of course we're going. This is an opportunity. The Su family's young mistress is marrying young Master Bai. I can seize the opportunity to get to know young Master Bai. Shui Xiao punched out a white beam, which broke a big tree that was as thick as a bowl. Shui Xuejiao bit her lip. Second uncle, is the young Master Bai that you mentioned really powerful? Is he Mad Southernya's match? Shui Xiao turned his head to look at her and scoffed. There's only one outcome for Mad Southern Yi if he encounters young Master Bai, which is death. At the military courtyard, Old Chin stretched his arm out and took the military coat that Qin Xiaotian passed to him. He put it on casually. Sir, are you sure the military won't interfere? Qin Xiaotian hesitated. Yes. Old Chen's eyes were like lightning. Not only the military can't interfere, but you and Han Qinhu can't too. I really want to know who exactly this young Master Bai is. Where is he from? How can he make 5 masters submit to him? A person with an unknown identity and unknown intentions is like a scourge. It's disgusting. Old Chin walked to the window as he spoke to this point. He mumbled as he looked at the sky that was getting darker. It's going to rain. It seemed to be a response to what he said. Boom! A dull thunder exploded in the sky. Chapter 212. At 3:10 p.m., dark clouds covered the sky above Beijing. The weather station issued an orange rainstorm warning. There will be a rainstorm in the next 3 hours in our city. The rainfall will be above 50 millimeters, and some areas will have more than 100 millimeters. The relevant departments, please prepare for the rainstorm emergency. Pay attention to the heavy rainfall and disasters such as flash floods, mudslides, and landslides that might be triggered. On the dark, dull, and depressing street, all the pedestrians were jogging home. Countless cars could not stop honking at the cars ahead. Everyone knew that it was going to rain. However, on the way to the Dharma Zen temple, a young man walked slowly while holding a little girl's hand. He was calm as if he did not see the people who were in a rush. Rumble. The dull thunder in the sky could not stop. Mang Mang lifted her head to look at the dark clouds in the sky. Daddy, it's thundering. It's going to rain. That's right. It's going to rain. Yi Chun caressed the little girl's hand and said softly, It's going to rain. Are you scared? I'm not. The little fellow pouted and said in a childish voice, But will Mommy be drenched in the rain? You'll catch a cold if you get wet. Rumble. An explosion came from the sky again, as if all the dark clouds in the sky had been blown apart. What followed was a downpour, as if the entire heavenly river was flowing in reverse. At that moment, there were not many people on the road. The little girl retreated to Yi Chen's side by instinct, seemingly worried that she would get wet. However, a golden glow was emitted from Yi Chen's body at that moment. The glow eventually consolidated into a light screen, covering the father and daughter in it. My dear daughter, hold Daddy's hand tightly, Yi Chen said. A long sword appeared in his hand. The sword was less than 10 inches from the ground, and the blade was shaking lightly. After the little girl held his hand tightly, Yi Chun held her and stepped onto the long sword. The long sword flew up and turned into a sword gleam that shot far away. In a BMW, a young man was swearing while holding a phone. Xiao, I really didn't cheat. You must believe me. I'm innocent. I never lie. At that moment, a sword gleam flew over his head. The phone in the young man's hand dropped by his feet as he screamed, Xiao, look! There's a sword immortal. No, I really didn't lie to you. Dharma Zen Temple. It was a century-old temple. It was said that the founder of the temple was the descendant of Hong Taisui, the 5th ancestor of Shaolin Temple. Moreover, it was located in Yanjing, so it had never stopped receiving incense for hundreds of years, especially after it had produced many eminent monks in the eyes of the secular world. It had become even more popular. At this time, there was an Aston Martin parked in front of the Dharma Zen Temple. A handsome young man stood outside the car, and behind the young man stood a burly man in black who was holding an umbrella for him. In the back seat of the car sat 3 burly men. Sandwiched between the 3 men was a white-clothed woman. She was about 24 or 25 years old. She sat motionless like an ancient goddess with a tranquil temperament. She clenched her fists tightly, and her face was a little pale. Even so, it was difficult to conceal her breathtakingly beautiful face. She looked out of the window, her eyelashes trembling slightly. In the long curtain of rain, there was not a single person. It was desolate and deathly silent. A face that could not be any more ordinary could not help but appear in her head. The words of love from 6 years ago lingered in her ears. Yuhan, wait for me. Wait for me to accomplish something and prove to the Su family that I'm not useless. I, Yi Chen, deserve you. Yuhan, I, Yi Chen, actually don't have any dreams. I'm just a salted fish. The luckiest thing in my life is getting to know you. It's also because of you that my sky isn't gray anymore. You're my dream, Her eyes became a little dazed as she thought about it. Dummy. Unfortunately, the dummy disappeared 5 years ago. She knew that the dummy's disappearance might have something to do with the Sioux family. He might not have disappeared, but he was dead. Back then, she was furious and sad. She wanted to die and let him go. However, she found out that she was pregnant. She saw the dummy's parents crying quietly in the room. It was as if she had aged 10 years. The dummy's parents had broken down. They no longer had the mental support to live. Meanwhile, she was pregnant with the dummy's child. She suppressed all of her emotions and showed her strongest side to the dummy's parents. She gave them hope, and she gave herself hope too. However, everything changed 2 years after her daughter was born. Her cousin took her back and locked her up at home. Until a year ago, her cousin asked her to marry someone she did not know. She knew what her destiny was, but she agreed. She did not fight back. She did not run, scold, argue, or scream. She was very quiet. Because of the dummy's parents, their daughter's life was in her cousin's hands. Her eyes were in a trance as a poignant smile appeared on her face. Yi Chin, I might not be able to wait for you. Perhaps this was destined from the beginning. At that moment, the hunk in black, who was holding the umbrella outside the car, said to the young man before him in awe, Master Li, it's getting late. Are we still waiting? Of course we are. The handsome young man grinned. The bait has been released. We're just waiting for the big fish to take the bait. The hunk in black said nothing. He thought to himself, it would be strange if the other party comes after such a big trap. In the next second, the handsome young man suddenly turned around and looked at the end of the street behind him. He squinted slightly. The fish is here. The hunk in black jolted and looked over immediately. He saw a blurry silhouette walking slowly at the end of the street. The heavy rain blocked his vision. However, the silhouette was not affected at all. Within the span of a few breaths, it was less than 50 meters away from them. It was a skinny young man who was carrying a 4 or 5-year-old girl in his arms. The rain around him formed a curtain before him that could not penetrate. Just when the hunk in black was going to call for help, the handsome young man waved his hand. The handsome young man waved his hand and took a step forward. He walked out of the umbrella's coverage resolutely and looked straight at the father and daughter in the distance. He said with a smile, Mad Southern Yi, you're finally here. I, Bai Li, have been waiting for a long time. Yi Chin stopped walking and scanned the car with his divine consciousness by instinct. His heart jolted slightly when he sensed the familiar aura. It's her. It's really her. He suppressed the excitement within him as he thought to this point. He looked at Bai Li coldly. Is this all you guys got to wait for me? It's too little. It's not enough to kill. With his divine consciousness, he sensed up to 1,000 people lying in ambush in the forest around him. They were fully armed and they were mercenaries. However, so what? Whoever dared to stop his family from reuniting today would die. Upon hearing that voice, the lady sitting in the car shuddered. Disbelief filled her beautiful eyes. Is that the idiot's voice? She wanted to check it out by instinct, but she was restrained by the 3 hunks next to her. Drip. Her eyes were wet with tears. Idiot, is that you? I didn't want these pieces of trash to come, but the Sioux family was worried. They said that they must kill you, the number 1 on the heaven leaderboard. Bai Li chuckled softly and walked to Yi Chin one step after another. There was also a green glow coming out of his body, blocking all of the rain outside. Today, the number 1 on the heaven leaderboard will die in my hands. What a pity, what a pity. But don't worry. My young master will love your wife after you die. I've told you that you pieces of trash aren't enough for me. Yi Chin, to kill. Yi Chin shook his head lightly. The killing intent within him was extremely intense as the almighty killer sword appeared in his hand. The almighty killer sword seemed to have sensed his killing intent. It was shaking and releasing terrifying sword chi. It's him. It's really him. It's not an illusion. He's really here to get me. The lady in the car was crying tears of joy. She did not scream, nor did she ask Yi Chen to leave. She knew that since the idiot dared to come to save her, he must have the ability to do so. Bai Li's pupils shrunk slightly upon sensing the aura on Yi Chen. All of you must die today. Yi Chen scoffed. The almighty killer sword in his hand expanded all of a sudden, and Sword Chi whistled. He charged at Bai Li at high speed and swung his sword. Sword amassing energy, ha! Bai Li squinted. Instead of retreating, he charged forward and threw a punch out. He charged at the attack directly, and the rain on the ground was like a storm. He thought that the sword in Yi Chen's hand was consolidated with energy. Die! Yi Chen's voice was extremely cold as he swung his sword out. At that moment, he had really lost his mind. All of his vital energy and blood were going berserk. He no longer held back as he unleashed his true ability. That attack alone made Bai Li look like a frightened hedgehog. He had goosebumps all over his body. Oh no, that's not a sword amassing energy. It's a real magic treasure. Why do you have a magic treasure? He looked like he had seen a ghost as horror filled his face. All of the energy in his body exploded in an attempt to dodge the attack. However, how could he dodge Yi Chen, who was in a rage and had his divine consciousness sealed? Slap! Bai Li shrieked as a sword gleam swept across. His lower body was sliced into half directly while his upper body above his navel fell onto the ground. Yi Chen walked over with the sword in his hand. The sword was covered in blood that could not be wiped away no matter how the rain washed it. Who exactly are you? Why do you know the sword sacrifice method of the three heavens? Bai Li, whose lower body was severed, did not die. Instead, he looked at Yi Chen in horror. However, the reply he received was a sword chi. A head was tossed into the sky, directly. Dead silence filled the place. The over 1,000 mercenaries hiding in the forest watched that blankly. Never had they thought that this man would be so powerful. Shoot! Kill him! The hunk in black shouted immediately. Bang, bang, bang. A series of deafening gunshots came. Thousands of bullets were shot at Yi Chen. However, the bullets stopped when they were less than 100 meters away from him. Everyone revealed a horrified expression at that moment. You bunch of ants! Die! Yi Chen waved his arm hard, and all of the bullets retreated. Then, the sound of bullets piercing through flesh was heard. All of the mercenaries in the forest were killed. None of them were alive. The hunk in black fell onto the ground. Fear filled his eyes when he looked at Yi Chen. Devil. You're a devil. You'll die too. Yi Chen moved and appeared before him within the blink of an eye. He beheaded him with his sword. At that moment, the three hunks who were guarding Su Yuhan in the car realized that something was wrong. They extended their hands to Su Yuhan by instinct, wanting to use her as a hostage. However, their hands were severed as soon as they extended them. The three of them shrieked in devastation. Su Yuhan's eyes were blank. She opened the car door immediately and dashed out after snapping back to her senses. A skinny silhouette came into her sight. They were less than 10 steps away from each other. Su Yuhan's body froze as she blankly stared at the voice before her. Yi Chen was looking at her too. Their eyes met. At that moment, silence spoke louder than words. On the other hand, the little girl in Yi Chen's embrace took a good look at Su Yuhan while blinking her eyes. Subsequently, she struggled out of Yi Chen's embrace and ran to Su Yuhan while ignoring the storm. Perhaps she was running. The little girl fell onto the ground after taking a few steps. She did not cry. Instead, she stood up and ran to Su Yuhan while staggering. The little girl looked at Su Yuhan with a rather unfamiliar gaze. She hesitated and asked timidly, "Are you my mother?" "Are you my mother?" The extremely childish voice crushed Su Yuhan's heart completely. She squatted down and hugged the little girl tightly while crying out loud. Throughout the 2 years that she had been back in the Su family, she had never cried even once. Even when she missed her mother day and night, she did not cry. However, the little girl's question, "Are you my mother?" broke her psychological barrier completely. Yi Chen watched everything quietly. His eyes that were looking at Su Yuhan were filled with tenderness. She had lost weight. She looked haggard. After the mother and daughter acknowledged each other, he walked to Su Yuhan one step after another. Su Yuhan patted her daughter's head and looked at him with a complicated expression. "You're here." "I'm here," Yi Chen said coldly and said nothing else. Just when Su Yuhan opened her mouth to say something, Yi Chen extended his arm to her. "Let's go. I'll bring you to kill someone." Su Yuhan smiled like 100 flowers blooming upon hearing that. This silly girl. Other guys and girls go to the movies and watch the sunrise together. It's extremely romantic. I've waited for you for 5 years, but you're bringing me to kill someone. Although that was the case, she felt sweet inside. Like a young lady who had just fallen in love, she extended her slender fingers slowly and clasped them together with Yi Chen's big hand. Sure. Chapter 213. Hello, readers. I am the author of this book, Under the Tree on the Lonely Mountain. This book was published on January 15th, 2019. Today is exactly 72 days, almost 2.5 months. I wrote 500,000 words in 2.5 months. On average, I updated 4 chapters a day, sometimes 5. To be honest, this speed is considered fast for a new book. As the author, I didn't communicate much with you. I didn't even create a reader group. It's mainly because I'm too busy. I have my own things to do in my life, and I have to write a book at the same time. Sometimes I want to split myself in half. However, I have seen everyone's gifts, votes, and comments. I have also replied to them in the book review section or chapters. Along the way, I have sighed in my heart. I want to thank some people the most. First of all, I want to thank you, Owen. Genesis provided the platform and resources for this book to have today's achievements. Secondly, I want to thank my editor, Bean Bun. He thought highly of my book and gave me many recommendations. Otherwise, my book would still be unread. Thirdly, I want to thank my parents. Without their support and encouragement, it would be difficult for me to calm down and write. Finally, I want to thank my readers, brothers and sisters. It's because of your company and support that I have been able to persist until now. Seriously, every time I get stuck, feel uncomfortable, or feel tired and don't want to write, I will click on the book review section to read everyone's comments. Your encouragement and support are like the spring breeze and rain that warms my heart. Sigh, I wanted to talk about daily life, but now I'm talking about words. Well, back to the topic. I believe that everyone should know that this book will be charged after reading this. Yes, this book will be published tomorrow. The later chapters need to be subscribed. 10 chapters will be published tomorrow. I know that many readers will leave me because of this. One of the reasons is that they don't have enough money. I don't have any opinion on this. After all, we all have our own difficulties. I just want to say that those who can support me, try to support me. Those who can't, remember to come back when you have time. Well, even if you give me a recommendation vote, it's fine. For those who continue to support me, I promise that after the book is published, I will publish 5 chapters a day. I won't leave you hanging one by one. As for the specific update time, I haven't arranged it yet. It will be arranged in the next 2 days. This book has just begun, and the plot will get more and more exciting. For example, Yi Chen will destroy the Su family with his sword, the ultimate battle with Bai Zhenyuan, and the ownership of the inheritance left behind by the Ghost Rider sect. The second male protagonist, the unparalleled sword, that everyone has been paying attention to, will appear too. He will reunite with Yi Chen and fight his way to the 9 heavens with Yi Chen. The reason why he is called the second male protagonist is because the unparalleled sword is because he is the spirit of Yi Chen's sword. He self-destructed to protect Yi. The unparalleled sword fell into the void and fell, transmigrated to Chen and Earth. Finally, I hope that everyone will remember to support me tomorrow at 12 o'clock. Even if it's just to make up the numbers, it'll be fine. If the results aren't good, it'll be very difficult to continue writing this book. After all, the author is also a human and needs to live. Thanks. Chapter 214. It was a cool rain curtain. In a dream, calm three silhouettes were dragged in the storm. Yi Chen held Su Yuhan's soft hand softly while she carried the little girl, Meng Meng, in one hand. A light curtain covered the three of them. At that moment, the family of three was finally reunited. Yi Chen said nothing, and neither did Su Yuhan. She did not ask how Yi Chen got his terrifying ability. She knew that all she had to do was support him. At that moment, a group of silhouettes walked over from far away. There were approximately 700 to 800 of them, and all of them wore black martial arts attire. The 800 of them had a cold aura as they walked in the rain. The leader was a tall and sturdy man. Behind him was a large bridal sedan, and a big black umbrella shielded him from the pouring rain. Su Yuhan could not help but hold Yi Chen's hand tightly by instinct as those people were walking toward her family of three. Her palm was covered in cold sweat. She thought those people were sent by the Su family. However, the hunk who was leading the group knelt on one knee before Yi Chen as soon as the 800 people walked over. Lin Tai greets the pavilion master and Madam Pavilion Master. As soon as he was done speaking, apart from the 20 people who were carrying the sedan, the rest of the people behind him knelt on one knee in the rain. Their voices reverberated everywhere. Greetings, Pavilion Master and Madam Pavilion Master. Su Yuhan was slightly stunned. A smile appeared on Yi Chen's cold face. Get up, all of you. Lin Tai had gathered all the members of the Star Pavilion. After everyone got up, Lin Tai took a step forward and said, while clasping his fists at Yi Chen while bowing, Pavilion Master, I've completed the mission that you gave me before you left. Thank you for your hard work. Yi Chen said gently. Lin Tai ignored the rain on his head and said respectfully, Pavilion Master, let me carry the sedan for Madam today. We'll fight our way into the Su family with you. Sure. Yi Chen nodded and walked to the big bridal sedan slowly while holding Su Yuhan's hand. He said softly, You and your daughter can sit on it. Su Yuhan sat on the sedan while carrying Meng Meng in a daze. She had yet to snap back to her senses. Shock filled her beautiful eyes when she looked at Yi Chen. What exactly did this fool go through? Lift the sedan. Lin Tai shouted, and the sedan chair was lifted. Yi Chen walked at the front with his killing intent soaring into the sky. At this moment, the Su family was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. The guests were packed to the brim, and a banquet was held. Countless extravagantly dressed guests with extraordinary auras carried lavish gifts on their backs as they pushed and shoved their way into the villa, looking forward to the wedding together. At this moment, in the backyard of the Su family, Su Yuwei glared at the young man in front of her and cried, Brother, can you not marry my sister to that bai? I beg you. Scram! Su Tao roared fiercely. Su Yuwei was so scared that she fell to the ground. She choked and said, You were heartless to my sister back then. I didn't expect you to be getting more and more outrageous now. If you do that, Yi Chen will definitely come looking for you. You're bringing disaster to my family. That trash? Su Tao sneered. Su Yuwei wiped her tears. Her pretty face was firm. He's not trash. He's mad, Southerny. The 3 masters died in his hands. So what? Su Tao said proudly, The mad Southerny that you're talking about must have been killed by Master Bai or killed by 1,000 mercenaries. He believed in Bai Li's ability. He, Wei Wuya, and Master Jesha were not Bai Li's match, even if they worked together. One could tell how terrifying Bai Li's ability was. Moreover, he had paid a huge price to hire a 1,000 mercenary group from abroad. Their firepower was a killing machine. The 1,000 people were enough to wipe out a city, let alone mad Southerny. Su Yuwei's body shook when she heard that. She almost fainted. Why are you so cruel? Guards, lock her up. No one is allowed to let her out without my permission. Su Tao scoffed and walked out of the backyard without even looking back. He walked directly to the lawn in the villa. There were tables placed on the lawn that was approximately 300 square meters wide. It was filled with people at the moment. As soon as Su Tao appeared, the noisy scene became quiet. Su Tao walked to the front calmly. Just when he was going to speak, a welcoming voice came from outside. The Xue family's master, Xue Xiao, has arrived with Ms. Xue Xuejiao. The people inhaled sharply as soon as they were done speaking. The wealthy Xue family was here. The Xue family was here. Moreover, Xue Xiao, who ranked number 11 on the heaven leaderboard, was here too. Subsequently, Xue Xiao, who was in a black suit, walked over with Xue Xuejiao, who was dressed in splendid attire. Su Tao went up to them while smiling. Welcome, Uncle Xue and Sister Xuejiao. You're too kind. Xue Xiao replied while smiling. Su Tao was a martial Dao master too. Although his ability might not be higher than his, Bai Zhan Yuan was behind him. Therefore, Xue Xiao dared not be careless. Xue Xuejiao, who was behind him, smiled at Su Tao. She said while covering her mouth, "Congratulations, Su Tao." She made it sound like Su Tao was getting married. The Wei family's master, Wei Ting, has arrived. The MC announced again. The people were shocked again. Not long after, a slightly plump middle-aged man walked in with a smile on his face. Su Tao, congratulations. He lifted his head and looked at the entrance again after arranging for them to sit on the VIP seats. Everyone was looking forward to it. The Xue family and the Wei family were here. Then the remaining wealthy families, including the Li family, the Qin family, the Yan family, the Han family, and the Pang family should be sending their people too, right? However, to their disappointment, they did not see anyone from the wealthy families even after a full half an hour had passed. Su Tao's expression was rather grim. Xue Xuejiao, who was sitting on the VIP seats, could not help but ask, "Second uncle, why aren't the Qin family and the Li family here?" "I don't know, I'm confused too," Xue Xiao said with his deep voice. Subsequently, he looked at Wei Ting, who was next to him by instinct. "Brother Wei, why aren't they here?" "I'm not sure." Wei Ting chuckled. Every smart person knew that the purpose of the wedding today was to kill Mad Southern Yi. The Li family and the Li family just did not want to get involved in the mess. As for the Wei family, their interests were tied to the Su family, so they should be here instead. Xue Xiao said nothing. He could not help but recall the silhouette at the White Tower last night. At that time, he was so wild and dark. He even told him that he would fight him any time if he was unhappy. A smirk appeared at the corner of Xue Zhao's lips as he thought to this point. "Mad Southern Yi, so what if you're more powerful than me, Xue Xiao? So what if you're number 1 on the heaven leaderboard? You must die for offending Master Bai." Seeing that the auspicious hour was about to pass, everyone could not help but look at Su Tao as if they were asking, "Where's the bride?" Su Tao frowned and walked aside. Just when he was going to call Bai Li, a young man walked over quickly and whispered into his ear. A young man quickly walked over and whispered in his ear, "Young master, Master Bai, and the 1,000 mercenaries are all dead." "What?" Su Tao was shocked and asked immediately, "Where's that be asterisk TCH? Where's Mad Southern Yi?" "H, they're coming to our Su family. They're coming," the young man stammered. P.S. Chapter 1. Chapter 215. As soon as Su Tao finished speaking, Sui Meng Xiao Shuo said, a miserable scream came from the direction of the villa's entrance. Then 2 heads flew in and smashed heavily on a table. This sudden scene immediately shocked everyone. When they saw clearly that it was a human head, the scene was in chaos. At that moment, everyone looked in the direction of the door. A skinny figure walked over with his hands clasped behind his back. Although the figure wasn't muscular, it contained an intimidating aura. Behind the young man were 800 people, each with a solemn expression. In the middle of the procession, there was a large sedan chair. "It's Mad Southern Yi." "Shue Shuejiao," exclaimed, her eyes glazed over. Shue Shao, who was next to him, had a shocked expression on his face. "He's not dead? Didn't Master Bai bring people to hunt him down?" Shue Shuejiao's voice was neither loud nor soft, but every single word was heard by everyone. Everyone was stunned at first. Then they all sucked in a breath of cold air, their scalps tingling as they looked at the thin figure. Mad Southern Yi. They could not be more familiar with that name. Putting aside the battle at the Surge River and the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain, just the fact that Mad Southern Yi had killed 53 international assassins on his own the day before was enough to shock everyone. Yi Chen took a step forward and glanced at everyone coldly. Many of them lowered their heads immediately, not daring to look at him. Then an indifferent voice shook the entire place. "Today, not a single one of the Su family will be left alive. Those who are unrelated scram within 3 breaths of time, or die without mercy." The entire place instantly fell into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Did I hear that right? Mad Southern Yi wanted to destroy the entire Su family. One had to know that the Song family was one of the richest families in China. It was not an exaggeration to describe them as a behemoth. They even had the support of a deputy state-level bigshot. Although you, Mad Southern Yi, are powerful, aren't you being too conceited by trying to fight the Su family by yourself? As soon as Yi Chen said that, a snicker came from the guests. "Mad Southern Yi, how dare you say such words in the Su family? Hurry up and kowtow to young Master Su. Maybe young Master Su will spare your dog life." Hearing this, "Oh," Yi Chen responded. He squinted and took a good look at the crowd. "Who's talking? Come out and let me see." That person was being impulsive. He mainly wanted to use the opportunity to get into the Su family's good books. He regretted what he said as soon as he spoke, so he hid in the crowd without moving after hearing what Yi Chen said. "I'm not going out. What can you do to me? There are so many people here, it would be strange if you knew it was me." Yi Chen squinted when he realized that the man was not coming out. He extended his arm and grabbed the air on his left. An old man with a tanned face flew out of the crowd. He flew toward Yi Chen uncontrollably, and Yi Chen grabbed his neck with one hand. "Mad Southern Yi, let me go." "I was wrong." The black-faced man was terrified. He begged Su Tao for help. "Young Master Su, save me, save." Bang! He hadn't even finished speaking when his entire body exploded into a bloody mist. Many people who were standing relatively close to him had their faces covered in a bloody mist, and they were horrified to death. Yi Chen smirked, revealing his white teeth. His smile was extremely creepy. "Is there anyone else who has a problem with me?" Nobody dared to speak anymore. The people were as quiet as cicadas in winter. Yi Chen lifted his head to look at Su Tao next to him. He looked at the culprit who had stepped on him and humiliated him 5 years ago. Then he knocked him out and tossed him into the river. If not for him, Yi Chen would not have traveled to the cultivation world. Su Yuhan would not have been locked up for 2 years, and his daughter would not have been poisoned. "Su Tao, it's been 5 years since we last met. I've been thinking about you all the time, but your face is still as disgusting as ever," Yi Chen said slowly. Su Tao's expression was grim as he said coldly, "I didn't expect you to grow to this level after 5 years. If I had known that, I would have minced you and fed you to the dogs back then." He was filled with regret. "Isn't it all thanks to you that I'm able to grow to this level?" Yi Chen chuckled. A ball-shaped object, wrapped in clothes, appeared in his hand. He placed it under Su Tao's feet directly. "To thank you, I'll give you this as a gift." What was that? The people could not help but be curious. After the ball-shaped object fell to the ground and rolled a few times, the clothes wrapped around it loosened, revealing a bloody head. The eyes of the head were wide open, as if it had died with a grievance. It was Bai Li's head. Gasp! The scene was in an uproar. Everyone took a few steps back. Then they felt their stomachs churning. They held onto their stomachs and vomited. Almost nobody had seen such a gory scene in this peaceful era. Su Tao's face twitched a few times hard as he looked at Bai Li's head at such a close distance. Although he was mentally prepared, a chill still rose within him. He was shocked by Yi Chen's ruthlessness. He could not let such a person live. He must be killed. Killing intent flashed through Su Tao's face as he thought to this point. He looked at the people and said, "Everyone, this is a personal grudge between my family and Mad Southern Yi. Please leave now." Countless fully armed mercenaries with ferocious auras came from all directions of the Sioux residence. They blocked all the high points and exits. The pitch-black muzzles were pointed at Yi Chen and the 800 people behind him. That was all Su Tao had left. There were 1,500 mercenaries. Upon seeing that, the people who came to attend the wedding had a change of expression. They wanted to run out of the villa by instinct. "You're only leaving now? It's too late." However, Yi Chen shook his head lightly and performed a strange hand seal with both hands. Subsequently, he lifted his arm and hit the top of the Sioux residence. Bang! As a loud thud came, a blue gleam shone from the top of the Sioux residence. The gleam was like lightning as it shot into the sky. What was that? The people's expressions changed. Before they could think too much, 10 blue pillars of light exploded from the east, south, west, north, southeast, southwest, northwest, northeast, up and down of the Sioux residence. Uft! Each of the light pillars was entwined with bolts of lightning. The bolts of lightning that erupted from the 10 light pillars on the ground shot toward the giant net on the top of the Sioux family's villa. It was like a blue spider web that enveloped the entire Sioux family. At that moment, the people saw something that they would never forget. Lightning filled the sky as if it was the wrath of the heavens. It was the omnidirectional thunder absolute kill formation that Yi Chen had set up earlier. As soon as the formation was activated, the entire Sioux residence would be covered in lightning. The people outside could not get in, and the people inside could not get out. P.S. Chapter 2. Chapter 216. Rumor has it that Mad Southern Ye's spells are extraordinary and he can control lightning. Now that I've seen it, he really lives up to his reputation. Random dreams. Calm, Shui Zhao's lips were quivering and his heart was pounding. Even though he was a martial Dao master ranked 11th on the heaven leaderboard, he could not help but feel fear from the bottom of his heart. He began to regret coming to the wedding. Shui Zhao's pretty face turned pale as she looked at Yi Chen in fear. Is he a human or a god? Su Tao's hand, which was hidden behind his back, began to tremble slightly. It was his first time witnessing Yi Chen's technique. Lightning appeared in the void, and thunder exploded. Pale faces were exceptionally conspicuous under the lightning. Some people subconsciously knelt on the ground, trembling. Some people rushed toward the wall of the Sioux family's villa, trying to climb out. However, as soon as he approached the wall, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, and the man's body was immediately smashed into pieces. Everyone could not help but kneel before Yi Chen when they saw that. They kowtowed repeatedly. "Mad Southern Yi, we didn't mean to offend you. I hope you can let us out. Please." "That's right, Grandmaster Yi. We're just here to attend the Sioux family's wedding. As long as you let us out, we'll be eternally grateful." At that moment, Yi Chen was no different from a god to them. Yi Chen glanced at them extremely coldly. There was no emotion in his eyes at all. "I told you to scram within the span of 3 breaths. Otherwise, I'll kill you. 3 breaths have passed. You guys shall die with the Sioux family." Su Yuhan watched that blankly from the sedan chair. She felt like she was dreaming when she recalled that Yi Chen had performed all of that. The fool was so strong. Yi Chen turned around and looked at her with love in his eyes. "Yuhan, I'm willing to use these 10,000 bolts of lightning to promise you that you won't let me down." Hearing that, Su Yuhan hugged her daughter tightly by instinct. She felt a lump in her throat, and she was indescribably touched. Not only did the fool become stronger, but he also understood romance. The next moment, Yi Qin turned around and fixed his gaze on Su Tao. He said slowly, "Su Tao, this is the second gift that I've prepared for you guys. What do you think?" Su Tao's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He looked up at the lightning in the sky and couldn't help but sneer. "I admit that you're very powerful, but have you ever thought about it? Your wife, your daughter, and your subordinates are all under the lightning. Do you want them to die with you?" As soon as he said that, the people kneeling on the ground came to their senses, one after another. Even Xue Xiao, Wei Ting, and Xue Xuejiao, who were in despair, were no exception. That was right. Everyone was under the same roof. As long as he dared to act recklessly, they would die with him. You only know how to control lightning, but that doesn't mean you're not afraid of it. No matter how strong you are, you're still immortal. How can you fight against the might of heaven? Oh, really? Oh, Yi Qin responded, under everyone's bewildered gazes. He stretched his hand out and said softly, "Lightning." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud rumble was heard. The bolts of lightning in the sky seemed to have sensed something and charged toward Yi Qin at the same time. The next moment, Su Tao, Xue Xiao, Xue Xuejiao, and everyone else saw something that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. When the lightning landed on Yi Qin, the scene where Yi Chan would be blasted into pieces did not happen as they imagined. Instead, they saw Yi Qin standing with his arms behind his back. He was stepping on lightning while lightning surged all over his body. He looked like the god of thunder that had descended to the world. Moreover, the lightning was very obedient to him. How is that possible? He's not afraid of lightning. Xue Zhao's eyes were wide open, and he looked extremely shocked. Xue Xuejiao's body shook, and she fell onto the ground. Su Tao retreated a few steps back consecutively. He looked terrified. "Shoot! Shoot now! Kill him!" At that moment, he was finally scared. The shock that Yi Qin gave him came wave after wave. The shock that Yi Qin gave him came wave after wave, shattering the pride in his heart. Upon hearing that the over 1,000 mercenaries who surrounded the corner were going to pull the trigger by instinct, all of a sudden they heard a series of crackling noises coming from above their heads. They lifted their heads to look by instinct. What they saw were bolts of lightning that were as thick as a baby's arm. Bang, 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 up to 1,000 bolts of lightning struck those people. Before they could even shriek, they were crushed together with the guns in their hands. At that moment, the place fell into dead silence. Everyone had fear on their faces, and they were secretly shocked. That's 1,500 people. They were all killed within the blink of an eye. You guys should go and accompany them. It's best to keep each other company on the way to hell. Yi Qin glanced at the 1,000 people kneeling on the ground coldly. Up to 1,000 bolts of lightning exploded in the air again. "No, don't kill us. I don't want to die. Please don't kill us. Mad Southerny, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Bang! As a series of loud thuds came, the cursing earlier disappeared. Yi Qin picked his ears and seemed to be satisfied. The entire world is quiet now. Become a ghost? Haha. Under the lightning, not only one's body, but even one's soul would be crushed into ashes. At that moment, apart from Su Yuhan and the 800 members of the Star Pavilion behind Yi Qin, Su Tao, Xue Xiao, and Xue Xuejiao were the only ones left. Even the Wei family's master, Wei Ting, had died in the lightning. Yi Qin kept the three of them alive on purpose. Plop! Xue Xiao knelt hard before Yi Qin. His lips were shaking. "Mad Southerny, let me go. I don't want to be your enemy. As long as you let me go, my Xue family will follow your lead from now on." He only knew how terrifying Yi Qin was by now. He was filled with regret. "Let you go." Yi Qin chuckled softly and looked at him in a condescending manner. "I destroyed your family's fast attack group first, and then killed Xue Lei. Aren't you going to hold it against me? I wouldn't dare. Xue Xiao shook his head immediately and said, while shaking, the fast attack group and Xue Lei deserve to die. My family won't offend you for a few pieces of trash. I think it's better to kill them all. Yi Qin shook his head lightly and said with a cold gaze, Since you're a master, I'll give you a chance to attack. You can work with Su Tao. Xue Xiao was in despair. Master, I'm your loyal maid. Why you won't kill me, will you? Xue Xuejiao forced a smile that she thought was charming on her pale face. Yi Chen sensed a cold gaze coming from behind him as soon as he heard the word maid. The gaze sent chills down his spine. His expression turned cold instantly. My wife is right behind me. Are you trying to frame me for being unfaithful? Just when Xue Xuejia was going to say something, she felt a sharp pain coming from her heart all of a sudden. She fell onto the ground after shrieking and died on the spot. Her eyes were wide open when she died. Until the moment of her death, she could not understand why Yi Qin had killed her just because she had said something. P.S. Chapter 3. Chapter 217. Yi Qin then turned his head to look at Su Yuhan behind him. His expression seemed to be saying, You saw it? I'm going to kill her to prove my innocence. Asterisk dream, asterisk little asterisk say. Su Yuhan chuckled. Was this considered silencing the witness? Men are all pig trotters. Xue Xiao, there's no need to beg him anymore. The only thing we can do today is to join forces and fight him. Perhaps we'll have a chance of survival. Su Tao said coldly. He refused to believe that Bai Zhanyuan had no idea that such a huge change had happened in the Su family. As long as he delayed it, Yi Qin would die when Bai Zhanyuan arrived. All right, let's fight to the death today. Xue Xiao stood up from the ground immediately. His face was filled with resentment. After witnessing Xue Xuedao's death, he could tell that begging for mercy was useless against a cold and heartless person like Yi Qin. As soon as he said that, powerful energy exploded from Xue Xiao and Su Tao's bodies at the same time. The energy spread out like a tide, causing the air around them to distort. Kill! Their auras rose rapidly, and the craziness in their eyes became more and more intense. Their eyes were cold. The two of them stomped their feet and turned into afterimages. They charged at Yi Qin from two directions. Mountain fist! Xue Xiao shouted and threw a punch. The energy in his body covered his right fist like an erupting volcano. The majestic energy formed the shape of a mountain faintly. It charged at the top of Yi Chen's skull with a terrifying might. Gold-splitting palm. At the same time when Xue Xiao threw the punch, the energy in Su Tao's body surged. The energy covered his left hand, and a glaring black shadow appeared on his left hand with a cold gleam. Too trash. I can defeat you with one hand. Yi Qin smirked in disdain as he faced the duo's ferocious attack at the same time. Instead of retreating, he charged forward and threw a punch with his arms behind his back. He landed a direct hit on Xue Xiao with the purest energy. Bang! The punch fell. Xue Xiao spat a mouthful of blood. His entire body cracked at that moment like a dry field. Subsequently, he felt an unusually domineering power entering his body and tearing it apart in a crazy manner. No! Xue Xiao shrieked unwillingly. As soon as the word no left his mouth, he exploded with a loud thud, causing his flesh to fly everywhere. He was blown up by Yi Chen's punch. Meanwhile, Su Tao's gold-splitting hand landed hard on Yi Qin. A cruel grin flashed through his face. Xue Xiao died a worthy death. At least he bought me some time. He was extremely confident in his gold-dividing hands. As the name suggested, the gold-dividing hands could even split gold. However, the next moment, he felt as if his hand had smashed into an iron wall. With a crack, his left hand was fractured, and all 5 of his fingers were broken. A powerful force came from Yi Chen's body. Su Tao's body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Eventually, he landed hard on the ground. Su Tao was shocked. How can your physical body be so strong? Yi Qin said nothing as he leaped to Su Tao in a flash. He stomped his foot and crushed Su Tao's right foot directly. The pain of his broken leg made Su Tao shriek in devastation. His face was almost distorted from the pain. Yi Qin said extremely coldly, "You stepped on me with this foot back then, so it's useless now." Yi Qin would never forget it. In the autumn 5 years ago, Su Tao had stepped on him with his right foot. He had stepped on Yi Chen's face like a god that was looking down on everyone. He had stepped on Yi Chen's face hard. He really wanted to ask back then, "Are all of you mortals? Why are you so high and mighty?" Later on, he understood that it was power. Power separated people in this world into two types. One of them enjoyed enslaving others, treating them like ants and ignoring everyone else. Meanwhile, the other type of ants lived under power. They could not do anything to challenge the power. Clearly, Yi Chen had challenged the so-called power back then. 5 years had passed. However, the duo's position had been swapped at the moment. "Kill me, you piece of trash. Kill me if you dare." Su Tao could not stop shrieking. He was tougher than Xue Xiao. "Shut up." Yi Qin stepped on him again. This time, he crushed his left leg directly. Both of Su Tao's legs were broken, and he could only use both of his hands. "Yi, you're the devil, the devil." Su Tao was in agony. He would rather die than live. He had never seen someone as ruthless as Yi Qin. In the bridal sedan far away, Su Yuhan watched that with a complicated expression. Pity flashed across her face as she watched Yi Qin torture Su Tao. Subsequently, she turned her head away so that she would not watch. She hugged her daughter tightly in her embrace and covered her daughter's eyes at the same time. She was shaking lightly. Logically speaking, Su Tao was her cousin, and both of them shared the same bloodline, so they were family. However, the pain that Su Tao had inflicted on her and Yi Chen's family was just too much. She was Su Tao's cousin, Yi Chen's wife and Mingming's mother. Although she could not bear to do it, she had to fulfill her responsibility as a wife. "You're right. To you guys, I'm the devil." A disdainful smirk appeared on Yi Chen's face. Su Tao looked at him with a twisted expression and growled, "Don't be too smug. Young master Bai will kill you sooner or later. Your woman will become his plaything in bed. I'll definitely fight Bai. Don't worry. Before that, I won't let you die so easily." Yi Qin shook his head lightly. His killing intent increased instead. "Because I'm going to give you the third gift. I'll see your Su family being destroyed by me completely. I'll kill everyone in your family." There was a long sword in his hand as soon as he said that. Yi Qin rode on the long sword and turned into a sword gleam. He flew above the Su residence directly. Yi Chen held the sword hilt in his hand. The long sword grew to over 30 meters long within the blink of an eye. A dazzling sword gleam was released from the sword, and a monstrous sword intent covered 500 meters. "Kill!" He stood in the air proudly and spat a word softly. Slashing down from the sky, the giant sword directly descended from the sky, slashing towards the Su family's villa below. The whistling sword chi directly split the air into two, breaking through the air as if the entire world had been split into two. The giant sword landed on top of the Su family's villa. Bang! As a loud thud came, the entire ground shook. Meanwhile, the Su residence was slashed into half by the giant sword directly. Devastating shrieks came from the villa in the next second. The Su residence collapsed completely and turned into ruins. The Su family's ancestral house that had been passed down for close to 100 years was destroyed by Yi Chen's sword just like that. No. Su Tao's eyes were bloodshot as tears of blood flowed out of his eyes. Although he was cold-blooded and heartless to Su Yuwei and Su Yuhan, it did not mean that he did not care about the Su family. Now that the Su family was destroyed, how could he face the ancestors of the family? Moreover, there were at least 100 people in the Sioux residence. However, Yi Chen's sword killed them all. P.S. Chapter 4. Chapter 218. Chapter 218. Meet the King of Hell. Don't provoke the man surnamed Yi. City romance dash. Yi Chen landed on the ground slowly and looked at him coldly. Are you heartbroken? I'm in pain too. You separated Yuhan and my daughter by force and poisoned my daughter. I'm in more pain than you are. No matter if it was killing the over 2,000 mercenaries, killing the wedding guests, or killing the rest of the Sioux family members with a swing of his sword, he did not pity them at all. There was no emotion in his eyes at all. The 2,000 mercenaries wanted to kill him for their own benefit. They deserved to be killed. Yi Chen had expressed his attitude when the guests came to the wedding. He had given them a chance, but they did not cherish it. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the Sioux family had witnessed what he had done today. If he did not kill them, who could stop the remaining members of the Sioux family from taking revenge on Yi Chen's descendants when he ascended and left Earth in the future? Since they had offended him, they would fight to the death. Ha ha ha. Su Tao suddenly laughed out loud like he had gone mad. Yi, so what if you kill me? So what if you killed the Sioux family members in the villa? So what if there are still people from my family outside? My second uncle is a deputy national boss, my father is a military boss, and my aunt is overseas. She's married to a core disciple of the Rothschild family. Also, my brother, Su Qilin, has been a cultivation genius since he was young. Can you kill them? You'll regret this. I swear that the remaining Sioux family members will take revenge on you, and you'll end up in a terrible state. Blood was spitting out of his mouth as he spoke. You don't have to worry about that. Since I've said that I'll kill everyone in your family, I'll naturally do that. Yi Chen smiled lightly and pointed his finger at his abdomen. This is the gorgeous dividing line reminder. Please rest your eyes when reading for a long time. This is the gorgeous dividing line. With a flick, a spiritual power vortex entered his body directly and crushed his dantian. As a deflating sound came, Su Tao shrieked in resentment. Ah, you actually crippled my cultivation. He had gone through a lot of hardships to become a martial Dao master and had paid a great price. Eventually, he managed to break through with Bai Zhenyuan's help. Now that it was destroyed by Yi Chen, how could he not hate him? Take him away. Yi Chen could not be bothered to look at him anymore. He turned around and ordered Lin Tai. Lin Tai nodded lightly. After waving his hand, two young men walked out from behind him. They picked Su Tao up directly as if they were dragging a dead dog. Yi Chen walked to the sedan chair one step after another. The killing intent on his face was replaced by gentleness when he looked at Su Yuhan. Did I scare you, Yuhan? Su Yuhan looked at the Su family's villa that had turned into ruins. Sadness flashed through her beautiful eyes. It was the home that she grew up in, but Yi Chen had destroyed it. No, it was not Yi Chen who had destroyed it, but Su Tao. Ever since Su Tao treated her like this, the Su family was no longer her home. At most, it could be considered as a home in her memory. At that moment, she seemed to have recalled something. She looked around all of a sudden. Where's Yue Wei? Her pretty face changed slightly as she spoke to this point. She could not help but look at Yi Chen. Why you killed Yue Wei? No. Yi Chen shook his head. His divine consciousness gushed into the ruins of the Su family's villa like a tidal wave. Eventually, he found her in a broken tile at the end of the ruins. However, she was covered by a big walk at the moment and had passed out. Her breathing was rather weak, which must have been caused by the lack of oxygen. She did not look like she was injured. She was lucky that Su Tao had sent people to lock her in the backyard. Most of the buildings in the backyard were light. Even if they had collapsed, they would be protected by the big walk. You guys go and find her. Yi Chen stretched his arm and pointed in a direction. He really could not have a good impression of Su Yue. However, he could only spare her life for Su Yuhan's sake. 5 people immediately walked over and kept rummaging. After more than 10 minutes, they They finally opened the big iron pot and carried Su Yue out. Su Yuhan walked over immediately and asked worriedly, "Is Yue all right?" Since her parents died, Su Yue was the last family member she had in the Su family. Moreover, they were from the same mother. "She's fine. She just fainted. She'll be fine after some sleep." Yi Qin shook his head lightly. Su Yuhan was relieved to hear that. She could not help but roll her eyes at him angrily when she saw how angry Yi Qin was. "Look at how petty you are. Yuhan is the last family member I have in the Su family. This girl is a little arrogant, but she's actually not a bad person." She could not help but look at Yi Chen with a begging expression as she spoke to this point. "Yi Chen, can you not kill Yue? You're my wife. How can I say no? What if you make me kneel on a washboard later?" Yi Chen was in between tears and laughter. As soon as he said that, Lin Tai, who was standing aside, lifted his head to look at the sky immediately. He looked very innocent as he acted as if he did not hear or see anything and was asking them to continue. Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes lit up and she looked at him in surprise. "Yo, it's been 5 years since we last met. Why do I feel like you've become more shameless? You've even learned to be glib? Not only am I shameless, but every part of my body is so thick that bullets can't even penetrate it. Why don't you touch it? This is a beautiful dividing line. Note, please rest your eyes when reading for a long time. This is a beautiful dividing line. Why don't you try it?" Yi Qin said in all seriousness. "So your knees are thick too?" "Of course." Yi Qin nodded by instinct. He realized that something was off as soon as he said that, so he lifted his eyes to look. However, he saw her looking at him with a sly face. "All right, you can kneel on a durian when we go back. Anyway, your knees are thick. You can tell me everything you've experienced over the years, especially how many maids you have." Yi Chen was speechless. The storm finally stopped. The dark clouds in the sky had disappeared, restoring some light to the entire Beijing. However, the entire Beijing was shaken, the reason being that the Su family had been destroyed. In just 3 hours, the Su family, which was one of the 8 great clans and had been passed down for hundreds of years, was destroyed. The Su family's villa was razed to the ground. There were broken walls and potholes everywhere, as well as traces of battle. Countless people were shocked again and again, and they were secretly horrified at what kind of existence they had offended to actually cause their entire clan to be annihilated. At that moment, there were many discussions. Some said that the Su family had offended the country and was suppressed by the country. Some said that the Su family had offended a super organization and was destroyed by that organization. Only some people who were observant scoffed after hearing that. They secretly shook their heads because they knew that it was one person who had destroyed the Su family. It was Mad Southern Yi, or Master Yi. As a result, those people were afraid of Yi from then on. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were afraid of him like a tiger. It was better to meet the king of hell than to offend a man with the surname Yi. Subsequently, the entire China was stirred because most of the thousands of guests who had attended the wedding came from all over the world. However, all of them had disappeared and could not be contacted. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. How could the people who were related to those people not be anxious? The most fortunate ones were the Li family, the Qin family, the Han family, the Yan family, and the Pang family. The reason being that the leaders of their families had warned them not to attend the Su family's wedding. Initially, they were not convinced. However, they were secretly relieved after seeing the Su family's destruction. They secretly thought that it was a close call. If they had gone, one could imagine the outcome. P.S. Chapter 5. Chapter 219. Bookmark. Recommend this book. Chapter 219. Martial Alliance's scheme. Yi Qin brought Su Yuhan into the Imperial Wind Pavilion Garden as dusk fell. Subsequently, he arranged for Lin Tai and the Star Pavilion members to stay outside. Wang Meng walked in when he was finally done with everything. He glanced at Su Yuhan, who was playing with Meng Meng by instinct, and said softly, "My lord, old Chen is here." Yuhan, I'm going out for a while. Yi Chen was secretly surprised. He then got up and walked out of the garden after informing Su Yuhan. He saw old Qin standing at the entrance of the garden in an extremely low profile, while Qin Xiaotian was still standing next to him. Yi Qin smelled the intense stench of blood before he got close. He could not help but secretly frown. Not bad, brat. Old Qin turned around and looked at him. His eyes were terrifying as he said softly, "You said you were going to destroy the Su family, and you really did it. You didn't even let a dog go." "I've always been a man of my word." Yi Qin smiled lightly. Yi Qin smiled calmly. Old Qin and Qin Xiaotian's faces twitched at the same time. Half an hour ago, Su Chongming rebelled in the military. Old Qin could not help but blurt out. He then looked at Yi Qin coldly. "Oh," Yi Qin responded. Old Qin inhaled. "Aren't you going to ask about the outcome? If you were my soldier, I'd shoot you to death sooner or later. Do you even have to ask?" Yi Qin shook his head lightly. "Since Old Chen came to me as soon as the rebellion was over, and there was the stench of blood on him, it means that the rebellion has been suppressed." What he said made sense. Note: please rest your eyes when reading for a long time. This is a gorgeous dividing line. Old Chen was stunned. He sighed and said after snapping back to his senses, "The rebellion has been suppressed, but Su Chongming ran away with a hostage. We couldn't make him stay. The reason why I came to you is that it's on the way, so I wanted to remind you to be careful. Su Chongming is a martial Dao master after all. Now that he's a stray dog, he might do something out of desperation." Yi Qin smiled and changed the topic. "What about the one above, the Su family? He's already been arrested. Whether he'll be killed or imprisoned for life depends on number one's decision." Elder Qin didn't hide anything. At this point, Old Qin paused and said, "What you have to face now is the revenge of the person behind the Su family. I heard that his ability is not weak. Yang Junlin, who is ranked second on the Heaven leaderboard, has fought with him." "How is it?" Yi Chen asked curiously. Fear flashed through Old Chen's face. Yang Junlin was defeated in 3 moves. One must know that before you appeared, Yang Junlin was China's number 1. He was the closest person to the innate stage. 3 moves? Yi Chen squinted. "All right, I still have something to do. I'm leaving now." Elder Chen left after saying that. Yi Chen watched them leave. A mocking smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. Su Tao, you're too naive. Do you really think that I can't kill the rest of the Su family just because I can't get in touch with them?" At the same time, 2,000 miles away in the west, Bai Zhanyuan, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly felt an urge. He opened his eyes and said in shock, "Mad Southerny, I can't believe he killed Bai Li." As soon as he said that, the 3 people standing beside him were shocked. Wei Wuya sucked in a cold breath. "Doesn't that mean that Su Tao is in danger?" "It's not just dangerous. I think he's already been killed by Mad Southerny." Bai Zhanyuan smiled in an indifferent manner and subsequently said to the few of them, "It's unfortunate that I can't leave now. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill this person myself." Ha ha ha. At that moment, a maniacal laugh came. A silhouette walked in the air in the night. After the person landed, he introduced himself. "Greetings, young Master Bai. I'm Feng Kuai. I'm currently an elder in the Martial Alliance." "Martial Alliance? I don't think we're friends." "Elder Feng, why have you come so late at night?" Wei Wuya frowned and indifferently asked. Feng Kuai did not care at all. Instead, he said, while smiling, "I'm here for Mad Southerny. I've just received news that Mad Southerny has destroyed the Su family. He has killed no less than 4,000 people." Hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. "I know that all of you have enmity with Mad Southerny. Unfortunately, Mad Southerny killed my senior brother, Yuan Bupo." Hatred flashed through Feng Kuai's face. "Therefore, the Martial Alliance is willing to lend you a hand. How are you going to help?" Don't tell me you're asking your martial alliance's elusive chief, Sikongeo, to suppress Mad Southerny? Master Jesha said while smiling. Fom Kwahai's expression turned serious as he said, while shaking his head, our martial alliance is willing to send 2 master stage, innate stage martial Dao masters. Together with the 3 of you, we'll have 5 people. I believe that he'll definitely die if the 5 masters fight Mad Southerny together. It was a cool night. Yichin Saturday, this is a gorgeous dividing line. Please note, please pay attention to the rest of your eyes when reading for a long time. This is a gorgeous dividing line. Yichin sat on the couch watching television. He got up and walked to the fake mountain at the back of the garden after his divine consciousness sensed that Su Yuhan and her son were sound asleep. Lin Tai had dragged Su Tao there since the beginning. The patriarch of hell was lying on the ground, listlessly. He had been addicted to playing the zither recently, so he was getting skinnier. Su Tao glared at Yi Chen in utter resentment as soon as he saw him. He was dying to eat Yi Chen alive. Yi Chen did not mind. Instead, he said while smiling, "Let me tell you a piece of good news. Your father, Su Chongming, rebelled in the military and was suppressed. He, a martial Dao master, chose to escape with an ordinary person to save his life. Those who achieve great things don't bother about the small things." Su Tao scoffed. Yi Chen said again, "The deputy national boss of your family is unlucky too. He might be facing life imprisonment now." "So what?" Su Tao was shocked at first, but he subsequently said stubbornly, "Although my second master is dead, his power is still there, and so are his old subordinates. Now that my second uncle has escaped, in reality, my family is still alive. Yi, my family hasn't lost this game." "You're right. There's still hope as long as one isn't dead." Yi Chen nodded in agreement and said calmly, "Therefore, none of your family members can live. What other tricks do you have?" Su Tao scoffed. Yi Chen said nothing. After fixing his body, he performed hand seals with both hands and began drawing in the air rapidly. Golden air currents intertwined in the air as he moved. Eventually, the golden air currents consolidated into a formation. The formation was extremely complicated with countless patterns carved on it. It looked profound and mysterious. The formation was getting more and more tangible while Yi Chen's expression was getting more and more serious. He had never been so serious, even when he was setting up the Great 9 Heavens Dragon Transformation Formation and the Great Thunder Absolute Kill Formation. Tens of breaths later. The Void Bridge. Yi Chen raised his brows. He maintained the faint formation that had been consolidated in the air with his right hand while his left hand drew rapidly in the air. Another strange formation was formed. The 2 formations stacked on each other and merged together. The formation in the air looked like a mirror. Meanwhile, the image in the mirror was like the deep, dark universe. It was vast and unknown. P.S. Chapter 6. Chapter 220. --6921 greater than sign quote _ blank greater than 6,921 Devilish Nanny in the City bookmark recommend this book chapter 220 Blood as a Guide Entering Dreams to Kill. Su Tao looked at the scene with a horrified expression. He had a bad feeling about this. At that moment, Yi Chen shouted softly, "Use your blood as a guide!" The word lead fell. Yi Chen freed one of his hands and grabbed Su Tao, who was on the ground hard. Red bloody lines shot out of Su Tao's body at that moment. The bloody lines integrated into the formation in the air. Su Tao's eyes were wide open. His entire body began to shrivel up rapidly as if he had shrunk. He was as dry as a mummy. Even so, he was still hanging on to his last breath. After the bloodlines fused with the mirror-like formation in the sky, countless red light balls faintly appeared in the formation. There were large and small light spheres, densely packed like red blood cells in medical science. Blood as a guide, array as a bridge, enter dreams to kill. Yi Chen stretched his arm out and tapped between his brows. A stream of spiritual consciousness was pulled out of his mudball palace by force. The spiritual consciousness turned into a pocket-sized Yi Qin and flew into the formation in the sky. Lin Tai, Patriarch, I'm going to enter a dream to kill someone. Protect me here. Don't let anyone touch my body. Yi Chen instructed and subsequently sat with his legs crossed. He closed his eyes and focused. After his consciousness entered the formation, it flew directly into a rather large red sphere. He hadn't reached the soul formation stage yet, so he didn't have a primordial spirit. Thus, he couldn't send his primordial spirit out of his body and could only sever his spiritual sense. This is a beautiful dividing line. Please note, please pay attention to the rest of your eyes when reading for a long time. This is a gorgeous dividing line. The invading dreams technique was a technique of the heart demon sword sect in the cultivation world. As long as one used their bloodline as a guide to cast this technique, anyone with a similar bloodline would fall into a deep sleep. The old ancestor of this cultivation sect was called Old Man Mental Demon. He was a prodigy who created the mental demon sacred art. Others were afraid of mental demons, but he cultivated himself to become one. It was impossible for others to completely kill him because every time he was killed, as long as someone still had a heart demon, he would revive, and his strength would be even stronger than before. As Yi Chen's spiritual consciousness entered, he entered a dream directly. It was a modern room in the dream. There was a white-haired, spirited old man sitting in the room. He looked to be in his 60s. The old man was reading a book in his hand at that moment. As Yi Chen walked in, the old man lifted his head to look at him by instinct. He said in a dignified manner, "Who are you? How did you get in?" When people were dreaming, they were unable to realize that they were dreaming, and the old man was currently in such a state. "I'm here to kill you." A white blade appeared in Yi Chen's hand. As the white blade flashed, the old man's head rolled onto the ground directly. In reality, a middle-aged man who looked like a secretary pushed the door open and walked in with tea. He glanced at the old man sitting on the sofa and said, "Elder Sue, have a cup of hot tea." The old man did not move at all, as if he did not hear him. The middle-aged man placed the tea before him. Just when he was going to say something, he realized that the old man had fallen asleep while sitting. He could not help but stretch his arm to lay the old man down on the sofa. However, his expression changed as soon as his hand touched the old man. He checked the old man's breathing immediately and found out that he was not breathing at all. He ran out in a panic and shouted as he ran, "Oh no! Elder Sue is dead." The first one. There are 35 more to go. Yi Chen's spiritual consciousness returned to the formation again. Without resting, he went into another bloody sphere. The scene before him changed again. A European-style villa with luxurious decorations came into his sight. Meanwhile, there was a waterbed before Yi Chen. At the moment, there was a lady who was approximately 35 years old lying on the bed. The lady had a facial mask on her face, and she seemed to be talking to someone on her phone. Her expression changed drastically. "Second brother, did you say that our Su family has been killed? Who was it? Who's so daring?" "Don't worry, second brother. I'll bring people back to China to avenge the Su family." She turned her head suddenly as she spoke. She said coldly when she realized that Yi Chen, a stranger, was at home all of a sudden, "Who are you?" "I'm the person who killed your Su family." Yi Chen smirked. A white gleam flashed, and a head rolled onto the ground from the waterbed. Meanwhile, over an hour later, a rather handsome blond man in his 40s wore a scarf. A rather handsome blond man in his 40s, wearing a scarf, climbed onto the waterbed with his upper body bare. He pulled the woman on the waterbed into his arms and kissed her on the lips. "Hey, it's time to get up." Subsequently, he realized that something was wrong because the lady's body was cold. He stretched his arm out to check the lady's breathing by instinct, and his arm shook. Scenes similar to the previous 2 deaths were happening all over the country and even around the world. In America, A Sioux family disciple was fooling around with his friends in a bar. However, he fell asleep for no reason. He was already dead when his friends found out. This is a beautiful dividing line. Please note, please rest your eyes when reading for a long time. This is a beautiful dividing line. In Jinling City, China, a middle-aged lady was killing people in a casino. However, she suddenly fell onto the ground and fell asleep. Soon, she stopped breathing completely. In Jiangnan province, a young man was on top of a lady. Just when he was about to reach his peak, he suddenly fell onto the lady and his snores were loud. The lady under him was dumbstruck. "Brother, what's going on? Why did you fall asleep while we were doing it?" "I'm just feeling it." When she stretched her arm out to wake the young man up, she realized that he had died. The autopsy done by the forensic doctor came and concluded that he had died of acute shock due to hyperemia. Each of them died in a mysterious way. No one would be able to find any evidence against them at all. The 20th, the 21st, the 22nd, the 34th. When Yi Chen's spiritual consciousness returned to the formation, there was a huge red sphere and two smaller ones before him. He could not help but smile. The Sioux family's second martial Tao master, Su Chongming. "Let's see where you can run to now." He entered the red sphere again. Meanwhile, the two smaller ones represented the sisters, Su Yuhan and Su Yuwei. On the Beijing-Shanghai highway, 200 kilometers away, a middle-aged man was driving a Highlander that he had robbed. The middle-aged man looked dejected, and there was intense anger between his brows. "Mad Southern Yi, it's all thanks to you that my Sioux family is where we are now. Just you wait. When I find young Master Bai, I'll definitely cut your parents' flesh in front of you and feed them to you." At that moment, he yawned and felt sleepy. He was a martial Tao master after all, so naturally his willpower was extraordinary. He had been fighting against the sleepiness. As time passed by, his condition was getting worse, and he was in a trance. The Highlander went on a rampage on the highway and eventually crashed into a cement block. He fell asleep on the spot. P.S. Chapter 7. Chapter 221. Urban Romance ////6921. Evil Dad in the City. Bookmark. Recommend this book. Chapter 221. Moonlit Night Imperial Wind Pavilion. 5 Grandmasters arrive. In a daze, Su Chongming dreamed that he had arrived at the ruins of the Su family's villa. He looked at the mess on the ground with a ferocious expression. "Mad Southern Yi, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." "Really? I'm coming." A faint voice sounded from behind him. Su Chongming turned around and saw a skinny young man walking slowly towards him with his hands behind his back. "It's you, Mad Southern Yi." In his rage, Su Chongming threw a punch at Yi Chen with bloodshot eyes. However, Yi Chen grabbed his punch immediately. With the sound of joints cracking, Su Chongming's hand was twisted into a dough twist. He screamed and could not help but kneel on the ground. "You're no match for me in reality, let alone in a dream." Yi Chen smashed his head with his palm. In reality, a police car drove over. When it saw the Highlander that had been involved in a car accident, it immediately stopped. 2 traffic policemen walked over and found Su Chongming dead. They took out their phones and contacted the traffic police. In the end, they found out that the person who died in the car was the wanted criminal, Su Chongming. The 2 traffic policemen were promoted and transferred to the criminal investigation team. As Su Chongming died, Yi Chen's spiritual consciousness returned to his mudball palace. He, who had been sitting where he was, opened his eyes slowly. A smile flashed through his eyes. The Su family has been destroyed. In less than an hour, he had killed the remaining 35 people of the Su family in his dream, regardless of country or distance. Of course, these 35 people referred to the bloodline within 3 generations of the Su family. As for those beyond 3 generations, the bloodline had long since. This is a beautiful dividing line. Please note. Please pay attention to the rest of your eyes when reading for a long time. This is a gorgeous dividing line. Yi Chen's cultivation base was not high enough to kill them one by one. However, this was enough. Apart from 3 generations of bloodline, these people probably no longer saw themselves as descendants of the Sioux family. The only thing that puzzled him was that, according to Sioux Tao, he had a brother named Sioux Chilin. Theoretically, he should be included in the bloodline dream manipulation. However, Yi Chin did not see any blood orbs related to Sioux Chilin. If that's the case, there are only 2 explanations. Firstly, this person is too far away. It's very likely that he's not even in this world. For example, he might be residing in a small world within the Blessed Enclave. Secondly, this person's cultivation level surpasses mine, and I can't find him. Yi Chin frowned. No matter what, it was not a satisfactory result. If he could not kill Sioux Chilin, his existence would be like a scourge. Fine, that's the only way. Yi Chin shook his head and suppressed the unhappiness within him. He got Lin Tai to grab Su Tao and returned to the Imperial Wind Pavilion's garden. The Patriarch of Hell dashed into the house and walked out with a zither that was twice his size. He sat on the ground and plucked the strings with both of his claws. The song of the smiling, proud wanderer came out. Yi Chen could not help but glance at him in extreme surprise. This old monster sure learns things fast. I can't believe he has such a hot-blooded side to him. At that moment, the zither stopped playing. The Patriarch and Yi Chin looked at the Imperial Wind Pavilion's entrance at the same time. A strong wind came from outside, stirring up sand and pebbles at that moment. The Patriarch said while smirking, "Master, I can't believe 4 martial Dao masters came to fight you this time. They really think highly of you." "No, it's 5. Yi Chin shook his head lightly. His cultivation base was higher than the Patriarch's, and his divine consciousness was more powerful than the Patriarch's, so he could see further. As soon as he was done speaking, 5 silhouettes flashed at the entrance of the Imperial Wind Pavilion like ghosts. The Patriarch of Hell saw the 5 of them. The Patriarch of Hell tucked his tail between his legs and returned to being an ordinary dog. However, he was secretly snickering. Putting aside their abilities, Xiao Yezi is going to suffer now. It'd be best if he's killed. Then I'll be able to turn over a new leaf. The 5 of them stopped when they were less than 50 steps away from Yi Chen. Clearly, they did not expect Yi Chen to be outside in the middle of the night. They thought Yi Chen was waiting for them by instinct. Yi Chen scanned them with his divine consciousness and shook his head lightly because he realized that the 5 of them looked unfamiliar. One of them wore a monk's robe and looked kind. One of them had a square face and looked majestic without being angry. The last one had a cold aura like a sharp sword that was about to be unsheathed. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 were old men who were approximately 60 years old. The 5 of them were martial Dao masters. The energy in their bodies was as majestic as the ocean. They were no weaker than people like Xue Xiao. "Are you mad, Southern Yi?" The middle-aged man with a square face among the 5 of them took a step forward and looked straight at Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled calmly as if he was admitting it. "You guys are trespassing on my territory at night. Theoretically, you guys should introduce yourselves first, shouldn't you?" The 5 of them understood what he meant at that moment. The middle-aged man with a square face smiled proudly with his arms behind his back. "I'm Wei Wuya from the Wei family." "The number 9 on the heaven leaderboard, Wei Wuya?" Yi Chen asked. Wei Wuya nodded coldly. "How dare a mere number 9 on the heaven leaderboard break into my Imperial Wind Pavilion? Wei Wuya, are you tired of living?" Yi Chen smirked in disdain. "This is a beautiful dividing line. Reminder, please rest your eyes when reading for a long time. This is a beautiful dividing line." Wei Wuya was enraged. "You, what about you? If I were you, I'd find a place to hide. After all, number 9 on the heaven leaderboard is just too embarrassing," Yi Chen interrupted. Wei Wuya was enraged. He almost died from anger. "Brother Wei, why are you getting mad at someone who's about to die?" The middle-aged man with a cold demeanor who looked like a sharp sword that was unsheathed smiled and subsequently looked at Yi Chen. Mad Southern I'm unquestionable Jen. Are you unquestionable Jen? Yi Chen asked. That's right. Unquestionable, Jian nodded lightly. Yi Chen shook his head lightly and questioned. You, the Eastern Superior, Western Overlord, Southern Killer, and Northern Devil are the top 5 experts, now that the other 4 have died in my hands. Do you want to reunite with them? Unquestionable Jian's face twitched hard. He could only scoff and say, as expected of Mad Southern, you live up to your name. You're so mad. I'm Jiesha. The benevolent-looking old monk in monk robes pressed his palms together. Jiesha? Yi Chen chuckled softly. I've never heard of you. Your name should be Jessa. I don't kill nameless people. I'll give you a chance. Get lost as far as you can. Jiesha's blood rumbled. Mad Southern you killed my best friend, Venerable Master Jingguang. I'm here to seek justice today. The sword in my hand is justice. Don't be in such a hurry to die. I'll fulfill your wish. Yi Chen waved and looked at the 2 old men at the back. The 4 of them have told me their names before they died. What about you guys? Before they died? Unquestionable Jian, and the rest could no longer suppress the rage within them when they heard that. The 5 of them came prepared today. 5 masters were more than enough to fight Mad Southern alone. However, Yi Chen was arrogant. How could they not be mad? One of the 2 old men said numbly, "We're the Ku-Rong old men. We're from the Martial Alliance. We're here to send you off today." P.S. Chapter 8. Chapter 222. Previous. Bookmark. Recommend this book. Chapter 222. The General's Command. Surpasses 1,000,000 soldiers. Give me a ride? Interesting. Yi Chen squinted and asked fiercely, Did the Martial Alliance send you guys to kill me? Not bad. Among the Ku-Rong old men, Old Man Rong nodded and said, Mad Southern you're killing innocent people just because you have some cultivation base. Take Yuan Bupo as an example. If you didn't kill his disciple, why would he come to you? And Northern Devil Jiang. How would you have enmity with him if you didn't destroy the Song clan? As the ancient martial arts alliance, the Martial Alliance naturally has its own set of rules. If we don't kill you, how can we restore the Martial Alliance's reputation? Yi Chen, on the other hand, was amused. So, you're saying that I should let myself be executed for killing Yuan Bupo's disciple? How would you know why I killed Yuan Bupo's disciple? Why do you want to destroy the Song family? An eye for an eye. What's wrong with that? Elder Ku asked. Sure. Yi Chen smirked. His smile was rather cold. Based on what the both of you said today, it seems like I'll have to make some time to visit the Martial Alliance's headquarters. There's no need for the Martial Alliance to exist anymore. Arrogant. Elder Rong harumphed coldly. There's no need to waste your breath on him. Unquestionable Jian interrupted the Ku-Rong old men and looked straight at Yi Chen. Mad Southern, let me ask you something today. Have you ever regretted it? Regret? Yi Chen's laughter echoed through the entire Imperial Wind Pavilion. If you're talking about regrets, I regret talking so much nonsense with you old dogs. 5 old dogs, get over here and accept your death now. As soon as he said that, the faces of the 5 people in the distance were filled with rage, and the energy on their bodies burst forth simultaneously. Boom! The 5 streams of energy were like rainbows piercing through the sun, causing the buildings in the Imperial Wind Pavilion to show faint signs of trembling. Please note, please pay attention to the rest of your eyes when reading for a long time. This is a gorgeous dividing line. Wei Wuya's expression was grim. Mad Southern, aren't you being too arrogant? Aren't you afraid of blowing your own horn? Patriarch Yellow Spring lay quietly where he was, rolling his eyes and looking harmless. Fight, fight, fight. Unquestionable, Jian's expression was cold, and he sneered as well. After that, he gave the 5 people beside him an extremely cold look. The 5 of them, nodded secretly. The next moment, 5 majestic strength chi swept out at the same time, bringing with it streams of abnormally powerful strength chi that whistled out. At that moment, the 5 of them attacked at the same time. They attacked Yi Chen in an extremely cunning and ruthless manner. Yi Chen stood in the air. Disdain flashed through his eyes as he watched the 5 of them attack swiftly. Subsequently, he extended his hand and grabbed the zither in front of the Patriarch of Hell. The zither immediately shot towards him, and at the same time his indifferent voice rang out, "Let me teach you how to play the zither!" His voice fell. Yi Chen crossed his legs in the air and placed the zither on his thigh. He placed all 10 of his fingers on the zither's strings softly. As he plucked the strings, sounds that sounded like ancient war drums were heard. The rhythm of the drums was slow, and it was almost 1 beat per second. "Thud, thud, thud," Yi Chen said softly. "The wind on the frontier is cold, and the sound of the flute is cold." Yi Chen said softly. The 5 of them did not slow down at all. Wei Wuya snickered by instinct. "I can't believe that you're still in the mood to play poetry when you're about to die. You can change your name to King Yi. Is that the general's order?" Unquestionable Jian, on the other hand, had a slight change of expression. He could hear the introduction of the general's order from the zither. It was simulating the 3 drum beats before an ancient war. "Kill him!" The Ku Rong old men shouted at the same time and leaped at Yi Chen first. Thud! 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 At that moment, Yi Chen's plucking speed doubled. The frequency of the war drums that the zither released began increasing. The air around the zither began to vibrate. Just when the Ku Rong old men leaped a couple of steps, they felt their hearts skip a beat for no reason, as if someone was grabbing them. It was oppressive. The closer they were to Yi Chen, the faster their hearts pounded. The duo could not help but stop moving as they were secretly horrified. "There's something wrong with his zither." Old Ku Rong old men had a change of expression. Shock filled his face as if he had noticed something. Master Jesha said immediately, "This man is proficient in the musical assassination method. We can't let him play anymore. Let's attack together and end this as soon as possible." Although music could cultivate one's character and delight one's body and mind, it could also kill, especially to cultivators. If they could channel their state of mind and cultivation base into the zither strings, the zither music that they played would be powerful. He had seen a strange lady who would carry a zither wherever she went. Back then, a mafia boss lusted after the lady's beauty and wanted to subdue her. However, the lady was enraged. She carried the zither directly to the mafia boss's headquarters and played a song. When the song ended, there were tens of bodies lying on the ground. All of them were bleeding from all 7 orifices while their eardrums were pierced. It was a ghastly sight. Master Jesha's words snapped the people back to their senses. The 5 of them did not hold back anymore. The energy in their bodies surged, and they charged at Yi Chen from 5 directions. At the same time, Yi Chen's calm voice was heard again. "The sun sets in the desert. The waning moon hangs high in the sky. This is a beautiful dividing line. Please note, please rest your eyes when reading for a long time. This is a beautiful dividing line." At that moment, the frequency of Yi Chen's hands plucking the strings increased again. His 10 fingers danced in the air. Every time he plucked a string, a powerful force would explode from the string. It was like an invisible dagger that shot out in all directions. Listening to the camels bell day and night, entering my hometown in my dreams. The Patriarch of Hell was dumbfounded when he saw that. His eyes were almost blinded by the light. Good heavens, when it comes to acting tough, who in this world can compete with this malefic star? Even I, the old ancestor, have to admit my inferiority and concede defeat. No wonder this malefic star has countless beauties wherever he goes. When the 5 of them were less than 10 steps away from Yi Chen, they suddenly felt an invisible force charging at them. Everyone's expressions changed. They couldn't help but shout and activate their protective aura. The next moment, waves of formless energy bombarded their bodies, and they immediately felt an incomparably vast power. Their bodies involuntarily took a few steps back before they could stabilize themselves. A 3-foot-long blade in my hand, and 6 letters from home by my pillow. As soon as Yi Chen said that, the frequency of the sound of the zither increased once more, and the momentum also changed abruptly. If the previous simulation was like the 3 exchanges before the war, then now it was like the blowing of a bugle horn. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's hands that were strumming the strings were so fast that they could not be seen. All that was left were afterimages. The sounds of intense battle resounded in the surroundings, and it seemed as if 1,000,000 soldiers were carrying out an intense battle of life and death. Passion, excitement, hot blood, and murderous intent imperceptibly moved the heartbeat of everyone. Pooh! Wei Wuya spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was filled with shock. Not good. His zither music can move people's minds. Everyone, please calm yourselves down, Master Jesha said, subconsciously. However, the next moment, Yi Chen's hands that were plucking the strings stopped abruptly. Subsequently, he placed them on the strings quickly, as if he was slapping them. The entire zither vibrated lightly as a golden halo lingered around the zither. 7 materialized sharp blades shot out from the 7 strings of the guqin. The sharp blades shone with a metallic luster. They charged at Unquestionable Sword and the other 4 with a sonic boom. They were extremely fast. P.S. Chapter 9. Chapter 223. Nanny in the City. Bookmark. Recommend this book. Chapter 223. You don't even understand the way of the sword and you call yourself a sword god? Not good. I didn't expect this person to have such a high level of attainment in musical assassination. He can actually materialize his zither notes. Master Jesha exclaimed. After taking a deep breath, he took off the Buddhist beads in front of his chest and waved his hands to form a swastika character to meet the materialized sharp blade. The other 5 people roared in unison. Their strength surged and overflowed from the surface of their bodies. Then a blue protective aura condensed in front of each of them. This was the protective aura shield that belonged to a martial Dao grandmaster. It was not afraid of sabers and axes, let alone small and medium caliber rifles. Bang, bang, bang. With a loud noise, the 7 sharp blades hit the 5 of them accurately. Master Jesha's Buddhist prayer beads were the first to be smashed by the blade. He screamed in pain and was sent flying backward. The shield of vigor in front of the chests of the other 5 collapsed, but fortunately the solid zither sound blades in front of them also collapsed. At that moment, the 5 of them were extremely dispirited, as if they had just recovered from a serious illness. There was deep shock in their eyes when they looked at Yi Chen again. The Ku Rong old men, in particular, were members of the Martial Alliance. They knew everything about the battle between Yi Chen and the 3 masters. The Martial Alliance's evaluation of Yi Chen's ability back then was not as terrifying as it was now. Could it be that this person's cultivation had improved again? As they thought about this, the Ku Rong old men looked at each other. They could see the fear in each other's eyes, as well as a hint of intention to retreat. Unquestionable Sword and Wei Wuya were not much better. It was just that no one was willing to admit defeat for the sake of their pride. Master Jesha got up from the ground with blood at the corner of his lips. He suppressed the shock in his heart forcefully. Everyone, we must kill Mad Southern Yi today. Otherwise, we can imagine what will happen to us if he takes revenge in the future. This is a beautiful dividing line. Please note, please pay attention to the rest of your eyes when reading for a long time. This is a gorgeous dividing line. Yes, as soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed slightly. Master Jesha was right. If the 5 of them were no match for Mad Southern Yi, they would be no match for Mad Southern Yi if they were alone. Since things had developed to this extent, there was no room for redemption. Why not pay the price and kill Mad Southerny with all his might? 5 Grandmasters. 1 is ranked 9th on the Heaven Leaderboard. 1 is ranked 10th on the Heaven Leaderboard. 1 is the abbot of the Dharma Zen Temple and 2 elders from the Martial Alliance. Yi Qin chuckled softly. You can't even take my music hat on, yet you dare to say that you're going to kill me. You're just undeserving of your reputation. At this point, he shook his head slightly as if it was a pity. Another 5 martial Tao masters will die in my hands today. Mad Southerny, don't be so arrogant. Unquestionable Jian wiped the blood at the corner of his lips and lifted his eyes slightly. He glared at Yi Chun with an extremely cold gaze. Subsequently, a chill was released from his right hand that was behind his back slowly. The chill became more and more intense, and in the end, it directly turned into cold qi. Countless cold qi quickly condensed into a huge snow-white sword. It was about 3 meters long, and its whole body was whistling with sword intent. At this moment, the aura on unquestionable Jian's body suddenly changed. If it was said that he was a blunt sword that had not been sharpened before, then he was now a sharp sword that had been polished until it shone. It was this aura that caused the expressions of the 5 people around him to change slightly. They felt that the current unquestionable Jian was like a different person. I'll show you my sword chi thread. Unquestionable Jian held a snow-colored long sword that was over 3 meters long. He turned into a sword gleam and charged at Yi Qin. The sword gleam was so dazzling that it seemed to split heaven and earth into 2. Meanwhile, green threads suddenly split from the tip of the sword. The threads were like tentacles that extended madly. They grew with the wind as if they were trying to wrap Yi Qin up. Bang! Yi Qin pressed his hand on the zither strings. At that moment, 7 daggers shot out of the 7 strings. The first dagger broke all of the green threads on unquestionable Jian's snow-white long sword directly. It then vanished. The second dagger followed closely, and the third one followed soon after. Unquestionable sword felt his arm tremble violently. The snow-white sword almost fell out of his hand as he faced the Guqin daggers that were coming at him, one after another. Slash! He shouted and swung his sword at the remaining 6 daggers with a majestic aura. Ding, ding, ding. 5 daggers landed on the snow-white long sword consecutively. Eventually, the snow-white long sword could not take it anymore and collapsed along with the 5 daggers. The last dagger, on the other hand, pierced deep into unquestionable Jian's throat with a whistling sound. Unquestionable Jian's body froze. If one were to look closer, one would notice that the dagger had pierced over 5 centimeters into his neck. Crimson blood flowed slowly from his neck. The glow in unquestionable Jian's eyes faded slowly, and his body eventually fell hard onto the ground. The sword god of the generation, unquestionable Jian, had died in Yi Chen's hands. He did not even live to finish the ultimate battle with the unparalleled sword. From now on, there would be no more Eastern Superior, Western Overlord, Mad Southern Northern Devil and Zhongwen Sword. There would only be Mad Southerny. Yi Qin had proven everything to the world with his ability. He, Mad Southerny, did not care to be on par with anyone else. There was dead silence at the scene. Wei Wuya, Master Jesha, and Ku Rong old men looked at the scene in shock. Unquestionable sword, ranked 10th on the heaven list, is one of them. This is a gorgeous dividing line. Please note, please pay attention to the rest of your eyes when reading for a long time. This is a beautiful division. He died just like that? You don't even understand the sword Tao, yet you call yourself the sword god? He's practically a piece of trash. Yi Qin shook his head lightly and did not even look at his body. He looked at the remaining 5 people and said in an extremely cold voice, Unquestionable Jian is dead. It's your turn now. Not good. Retreat. Wei Wuya could no longer suppress the fear in his heart and involuntarily cried out in alarm. His figure suddenly shot forward, taking the lead in the direction of the Imperial Wind Pavilion's entrance. Seeing the scene, Master Jesha and Ku Rong old men roared furiously in their hearts. Damn it, why did this happen? They had underestimated Mad Southern Ye's ability every single time. This guy is improving too fast. Since you're here, leave your lives behind. Those who want to kill me, Yi Chen, won't live. Yi Chen smirked in disdain and performed a seal with both hands quickly. Subsequently, he lifted his arm and charged at the Imperial Wind Pavilion's artificial lake. A golden seal shot out and merged into the lake. At that moment, the entire Imperial Wind Pavilion shook intensely. 10 golden light pillars shot into the sky from 9 corners of the Imperial Wind Pavilion. Meanwhile, the last light pillar broke out of the artificial lake. Within the short span of a few breaths, the light pillars in every corner of the Imperial Wind Pavilion connected. They formed a golden shield that covered the entire Imperial Wind Pavilion completely. Wei Wuya, who was running at the front, was over the moon when he saw that the entrance was right before him. He activated his energy with all his might and sped up. However, as soon as he reached the entrance, he immediately felt as if he had slammed into an invisible metal door. A huge rebounding force hit him, causing him to fly back like a ragged sack. Master Jesha and Master Kurong were no exception. They were thrown back by the great 9 heavens dragon transformation formation's barrier. At that moment, fear filled the dead man's heart. What exactly is that? I haven't slept for 30 hours. I don't know if anyone would believe me, but I've only had 1 meal in 30 hours. I'm going to sleep. Thank you for your support. Chapter 224. 9 Heavens Dragon Transformation Formation. It was both a spirit transformation array and a mountain protection array. Not only could the formation transform the dragon vein under the Imperial Wind Pavilion into spiritual energy for Yi Chen's cultivation, but it could also protect the Imperial Wind Pavilion. Once the formation was activated, the entire Imperial Wind Pavilion would be enveloped within it, as though an invisible iron walk was hanging upside down. Therefore, when he saw Yi Chen kill unquestionable Jian, he was shocked. Wei Wuya, Master Jesha, and the Ku Rong old men were so frightened that they wanted to escape by instinct. However, they bumped into the formation barrier and bounced back one after another. The 4 of them were horrified, thinking that they had seen a ghost. This is a formation. Master Jesha's lips quivered. He seemed to recall something, and his face was full of disbelief. Regarding formations, ordinary people's concepts were still stuck in the romance of the 3 kingdoms, such as Zhuge Liang's 8 trigrams formation. However, he had truly witnessed the power of an array formation. 20 years ago, he had gone out with his master to beg for alms and accidentally saw a family halfway up the mountain. The master and disciple were pleasantly surprised and wanted to ask for a bowl of water. However, when they passed through the forest, they found that the ground was covered in white fog. The trees around them were also moving, so they were trapped for the whole night. In the end, the owner of the house released them and personally sent them down the mountain. From then on, Master Jesha learned of the existence of the formation. What shocked him the most was that the formation from 20 years ago could only trap people with the help of trees. However, Yi Chen's formation seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Didn't that mean that his array formation was even more powerful than the one from 20 years ago? Master Jesha did something all of a sudden as he thought to this point. He knelt before Yi Chen and said while shaking, "I'm willing to surrender. Please spare my life, Mr. Yi." At this moment, he was filled with regret. If he had known that Yi Chen had the ability to defeat 5 masters, he would not have come even if he was beaten to death. Now, not only could the 5 of them do nothing to Yi Chen, but Yi Chen had killed unquestionable Jian instead. Meanwhile, they were trapped in the formation. Only by surrendering could one live. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Wuya and Ku Rong old men turned around and looked at him in disbelief. You're an eminent monk of the Dharma Zen temple, yet you're kneeling and wagging your tail in order to live? Yi Chen walked toward him step by step and looked at him in a condescending manner. A smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. Do you want me to let you go? Yes, Mr. Yi. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to submit to you. Master Jesha was terrified and kowtowed repeatedly. Although I'm not on the celestial rankings, I believe that my strength is enough to enter the top 10 of the celestial rankings. Keeping me alive is more useful than killing me. He could not help but secretly look forward to it after saying that. To him, Yi Chen would at least consider it for a few seconds, even if he did not reject him immediately. You want to be my dog? You're not worthy. Moreover, I've already said that all of you must die today. Yi Chen scoffed and slammed his palm directly at Master Jesha's head. Sensing the killing intent above his head, Master Jesha instinctively raised his hand to block it. At the same time, he cried out indignantly, "No! Kacha!" His entire hand was broken by Yi Chen's slap. In the next second, the slap landed directly on his head, and a terrifying force penetrated his head. Bang! Master Jesha's head exploded into a bloody mist instantly. Dead silence filled the place. Another one was dead. Wei Wuya and the Ku-Rong old men gulped hard. Intense fear filled their eyes. After unquestionable Jian, Master Jesha was dead too. Now, there were only 3 of them left. Kill! The 3 of them shouted and charged at Yi Chen at the same time after powerful energy exploded. Madness flickered in their eyes. Since they were going to die anyway, they might as well fight. Die, you 3 pieces of trash! Yi Chen threw a punch at Wei Wuya. His aura was ruthless, and explosions kept coming. The punch was as fast as lightning with a domineering aura. Wei Wuya's expression changed drastically. Seeing that Yi Chen's punch was about to land on him, he could not help but activate his protective chi barrier by instinct. Bang! A punch landed on his body. As a crisp thud came, his protective chi barrier was crushed by the punch directly. The punch did not slow down at all and eventually landed hard on his chest. Wei Wuya's chest collapsed at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Yi Chen's punch pierced through his chest directly. Blood dripped onto the ground, dyeing it red. It was a terrifying sight. Wei Wuya looked down at his chest with great difficulty and then at Yi Chen. His lips moved slightly and his head drooped. He died on the spot. The martial Dao master who was ranked number 9 on the heaven leaderboard had died just like that. Moreover, Yi Chen had punched through his chest and killed him. The Ku-Rong old men shuddered when they saw that. Their faces were extremely pale. Are you guys going to kill yourselves, or do you want me to do it? Yi Chen had his eyes fixed on the duo with a cold smile. The Ku-Rong old men looked at each other. Subsequently, they charged into the house as if they were going to capture the people in the house to threaten Yi Chen. Ha! A ferocious gleam flashed through Yi Chen's face. He hated people who attacked his family the most. It had completely triggered him. The almighty killer sword appeared in his hand. He swung the sword chi when the Ku-Rong old men leaped a few steps away. The Ku-Rong old men felt a bone-piercing chill coming from behind them. They turned their heads to look by instinct and saw an unstoppable sword chi coming at them. The 2 of them let out a blood-curdling screech. Before they could dodge, their heads fell to the ground and rolled a few meters away. One swing of the sword, just one swing of the sword. The Ku-Rong old men, the 2 mastery stage and 8th stage martial Dao masters had died in Yi Chen's hands, including unquestionable Jian, Wei Wuya, and the rest. He had killed all 5 masters who came today. None of them were left. The Patriarch of Hell, who was watching the show from the side, jolted by instinct. Damn it, this devil has become more powerful. When will I be able to turn the tables? Although that was what he was thinking, the Patriarch walked to Yi Chen while wagging his tail. He said while nodding, Congratulations on killing 5 Martial Dao Masters, Master. My respect for you is like scram. Yi Qin waved and interrupted him. He looked at the 5 bodies on the ground and scoffed. By Zhanyuan Martial Alliance, you guys are seeking death. Nobody knew where Lin Tai had come from. He said respectfully, My lord, what should we do with these bodies? Chop off their heads and bury the rest. Yi Qin shook his head lightly after saying that and returned to the house. He saw Su Yuhan sitting by the bed, looking at her daughter who was asleep on the bed with a gentle expression. Her eyelashes were slightly fluttering, and there was guilt and love on her delicate, pretty face. It had been 2 years since they last met. Her daughter had grown taller and fatter. Yi Qin walked over. The aura on him was no longer as decisive as before. He said while chuckling softly, Wifey, why aren't you sleeping? Su Yuhan blushed upon hearing the word, wifey. She looked out of the house by instinct and subsequently rolled her eyes at him. Do you want to die? Why did you call me that all of a sudden? You scared me. How did I scare you? You're my daughter's mother. Shouldn't I call you wifey? Yi Qin said innocently. Cut it out. Su Yuhan interrupted him immediately and said angrily, You haven't even married me. Don't you dare take advantage of me. That's easy. I'll marry you after I'm done with my work. I'll marry you in a sedan chair. Yi Qin was between tears and laughter when he heard that. To outsiders, he was arrogant, overbearing, and killed without batting an eyelid. However, he only revealed his true nature to Su Yuhan and his daughter. Su Yuhan looked at him while smiling. In your dreams, Jerky, did I agree to marry you? P.S. Chapter 1. Chapter 225. Scumbaggy. Yi Qin was slightly stunned. No, since when did I get such a nickname? You abandoned your wife and daughter and disappeared for 5 years irresponsibly. Tell me, aren't you a scumbag? Su Yuhan scoffed. She was filled with resentment, but nobody knew if she was really angry or just pretending. Yi Qin secretly sighed upon hearing that. Yi Qin secretly sighed and held her hand by instinct. It's my fault. I've let you and your daughter down. However, I promise you that I won't be separated from you guys from now on. Indeed, it was his fault. He had no intention of defending himself at all. However, since it had already happened, there was nothing he could do no matter how much he regretted it. Moreover, he had killed the culprit, the Su family. Su Yuhan pulled her hand back and pretended that she did not hear him. However, the smile at the corner of her lips betrayed her. Yi Qin rubbed his nose and smiled awkwardly. Moreover, who else can you marry apart from me? 5 years ago, he was a straight man and did not know how to coax women. The sweet nothings he said to Su Yuhan in the past were all recorded on Baidu. Moreover, he went to the cultivation world later on. 3,000 years of killing and decisiveness had trained him to be a straight man of steel. That's hard to say. Su Yuhan smiled cunningly. Why don't I go to the streets tomorrow and find a cheap father for Meng Meng? Don't you dare! Yi Qin objected almost immediately. If you find one, I'll kill one. If you find 2, I'll kill both. Nobody is allowed to lay their hands on my wife. Lower your voice. Be careful that you don't wake the baby up. Su Yuhan was shocked. She looked at the little girl on the bed and was relieved to see that she showed no signs of waking up. Yuhan, can you forgive me? Yi Qin said in a fawning manner. It depends on my mood. I'm going to shower. A certain woman proudly got up and walked into the bathroom. Not long after, the sound of a shower came from inside. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, a cough came from outside. Yi Qin scanned with his divine consciousness and saw Lin Tai standing at the door. He seemed to be looking for him. He got up and walked out. What's up? Cough, cough. Lin Tai peeked into the house first. He shoved something into Yi Qin's hand while looking rather unnatural. My lord, I'm bringing people out tonight, including that dog and that snake. He turned around and left quickly after saying that without waiting for Yi Qin to reply. What does that mean? Yi Chin frowned and peeped at the thing that he gave him by instinct. It was a blue box. There was a line of Chinese and English written on it. Durigzextra Safa. At that moment, the corner of Yi Chen's lips twitched a little. He wanted to chase after the brat and ask him what he meant, but he forced himself to stop. He wanted to throw the box away, but he did not want to. He looked around the house from time to time and paced around from time to time. What he didn't know was the Patriarch of Hell had specially instructed Lin Tai to buy this box. Su Yuhan's confused voice came from the house. Yi Chin, why are you wandering around outside? It's fine, it's fine. Yi Chin shook his head immediately and looked at the box in his hand. He took a deep breath and put the box away into his storage ring. When Yi Chin walked into the house, he smelled a fragrant body scent. His eyes could not help but light up when he looked again. At that moment, Su Yuhan was wearing a beige sleeping robe. She was holding a hairdryer in her hand and was drying her wet hair with her back facing Yi Chin. She was bending forward slightly. Yi Chin happened to be able to see the curvy buttocks that were revealed when she bent down. The most attractive part was her long and straight legs that countless supermodels were envious of. Yi Chin was a little stunned at that moment. It was not that he had never seen it before. However, after so many years, it still stirred a lot of ripples in his heart when he saw it again. After drying her hair, Su Yuhan turned around and saw him staring at her in a daze. She could not help but raise her brows. "What are you looking at?" Yi Chin said shamelessly after snapping back to his senses. "Honey, why are you so beautiful? You're so talkative." Su Yuhan's pretty face blushed. After rolling her eyes at him angrily, she walked to the bed as if she wanted to hug the little girl closer. "Let me do it, let me do it." Yi Chin walked over immediately and carried his daughter to the middle of the big bed. He could not help but peck her face when he saw how cute his daughter was sleeping soundly. While Su Yuhan went out to dry the clothes, he ran into the bathroom and took a shower. He then lay on the bed without saying anything. Su Yuhan was slightly stunned to see him showing off his bare thigh when she came back. "Why are you lying on my bed? Isn't your bed my bed?" Yi Chin said without even thinking about it. Su Yuhan revealed a charming smile at that moment. "Is my bed your bed?" Just when Yi Chin was going to nod, Su Yuhan chuckled. "Go to sleep next door. My daughter and I are the only ones who can sleep on my bed." Yi Chin knew that she was still mad at him. He forced a smile and refused to get up. He laid there without moving. After a long time, Su Yuhan finally gave up. She knew that not only did this idiot become more powerful after disappearing for 5 years, but he was also more shameless now. She got onto the bed after turning off the lights. However, there was Meng Meng between them. At that moment, the room was pitch black and quiet. She said nothing, and Yi Chin had no idea what to say. He could only maintain the atmosphere. Approximately half an hour later, Yi Chin turned on the lights directly. He switched positions with his daughter as she watched with her mouth agape. "W, what are you doing?" Su Yuhan was stunned. Yi Chin said nothing. He turned around to face her after lying down. After taking a deep breath, he put his hand on her waist. Feeling the elasticity and warmth in his hand, he felt a burst of heat in his heart. He couldn't help burying his head on her shoulder. "Are you still angry with me? Move your hand away first. Who's mad at you?" Su Yuhan's body was very sensitive. She froze as soon as he touched her, and her breathing hastened. Yi Chin refused to move his hand away no matter what. Instead, he said while smiling, "If you weren't mad at me, why would you ask me to sleep in the room next door? We've been married for so long. Don't tell me that you're still shy." He could not help but move closer to Su Yuhan as he spoke to this point. Both of them were stuck together, and he was almost speaking into her ear. "Yuhan, don't be mad. I'll explain to you now." Subsequently, Yi Chin told her about how Su Tao had knocked him out and drowned in the river, and how he had gone to the cultivation world out of the blue. Although that was the case, it took him almost an hour. Su Yuhan only snapped back to her senses after listening to him. She turned around and faced Yi Qin. She said while exhaling, So, you obtained your current ability from the cultivation world? That idiot had gone to the cultivation world to cultivate for 3,000 years? The Heavenly Emperor? If it were someone else, she would definitely not believe it. However, since it was Yi Qin, she believed him. It was just that she could not accept it at the moment. Yes. Yi Qin nodded. I've been looking for Earth's space coordinates since I cultivated to Immortal Venerable, but I couldn't find it at all. There are up to 100 million mini-worlds, like Earth alone. Even if I found it, Earth would have been destroyed as it couldn't withstand my power when my real body arrived. If I hadn't been dragged into the spatial tear, I might not have been able to see the both of you now. Silly, so you've been through so much in the past 5 years. Su Yuhan stretched her arm out to caress Yi Chen's face. Her voice was choking a little. It seems like I've misunderstood you. I am sorry. She hugged Yi Chen and cried softly as she spoke. Yi Chen patted her shoulder and comforted her. It's all right. I'm back now, aren't I? Yi Chen could not help but feel thirsty as he sensed the softness on her chest. He could not help but kiss her. Su Yuhan screamed. She struggled for a while at first, but she then gave up completely and allowed Yi Chen to do whatever he wanted. She only pushed Yi Chen away a full minute later, panting heavily. Subsequently, her body could not help but freeze because Yi Chen's naughty hands were unbuttoning her blouse. Su Yuhan grabbed his hand by instinct. Her breathing was rapid as if she was not ready yet. Are we really going to do it? P.S. There are 3 more chapters to go. I'll update once I'm done. I've been sitting for the whole night, and I'm not feeling well. My schedule has been messed up these few days. Chapter 226. Su Yuhan's heart could not stop pounding like a little deer, especially when she sensed Yi Chen's naughty hand that was getting restless. Her weak body went limp. She could not help but let go of Yi Chen's hand by instinct. Sensing her resistance, Yi Chen hugged her tightly. His lips were almost right next to her ear. Their bodies were tightly pressed together, and they could feel the heat and heartbeat from each other's body. Let bygones be bygones. I, Yi Chen, swear that I'll only love you in this life. I won't let you get hurt at all, and I won't let anyone take me away from you. Yuhan, if it weren't for you guys, what's the point of me, Yi Chen, being invincible and immortal? That was almost the softest thing that Yi Chen had ever heard. When he first transmigrated to the cultivation world, it was his parents and the beauties next to him who gave him the motivation to live. They were the invisible comfort that Yi Chen had been suffering for 3,000 years. Throughout the 3,000 years, he had never looked for a woman. He ignored the so-called saintesses and goddesses in the cultivation world. After becoming the Heavenly Emperor, the 100 tribes brought the most outstanding ladies to him for a beauty pageant. However, he sent them away one after another. Hearing such embarrassing words of love, Su Yuhan's head buzzed. At that moment, Su Yuhan's head buzzed as if countless mosquitoes were buzzing around her ears. Silly girl, you're so silly. Her eyes were blurry, and she was faintly aroused. We're both 30 years old. However, you still look like you were 5 years ago when you were 25 or 26 years old. Meanwhile, I'm old. Silly girl, I'm afraid that you'll despise me. Her eyes were a little wet, coupled with the hot breath that Yi Chen was exhaling on her face when he was talking. Her body temperature was rising rapidly. She was boiling hot. Yi Chen seized the opportunity. He lowered his head and pecked her red lips. He forced her teeth open in a domineering manner and demanded like crazy. Su Yuhan moaned, and a soft voice came into her ears. Why don't you give Meng Meng a brother? Give Meng Meng a brother? Su Yuhan was dumbstruck. Before she could react, she suddenly felt a large hand climbing onto her chest, moving everywhere, and finally it even went under her clothes. Su Yuhan was as limp as mud. Her mind went blank as she allowed Yi Chen to do whatever he wanted to her. She felt a chill on her lower body while she was in a daze. She grabbed Yi Chen's hand immediately. And no, Meng Meng is here. Okay, I'll carry her next door. Yi Chen stopped assaulting her. He got up and carried his daughter to the room next door. Su Yue was sleeping soundly at that moment. He placed his daughter next to Su Yue and covered her with a blanket. Then he quietly returned to the room and hugged Su Yuhan again. Su Yuhan took a deep breath in and blushed. Are we really going to do it? Scoundrel, why are you in such a hurry? Although she was no longer that inexperienced young girl in the past and had even given birth to Meng Meng, right now she was a little unprepared. What do you think? Yi Chen kissed her lips again while panting. He stretched his arm out and took off her clothes. Although Su Yuhan did not say it out loud, he could feel that after the two of them met, apart from the excitement, she had a faint resistance towards him. It was a sense of unfamiliarity after being apart for 5 years. He had to capture her tonight. Yi Chen's idea was simple. Moreover, he was a man. How could he watch a beauty sleep soundly next to him? Most importantly, not only was he a man, but he was also an old deputy director who had been single for 3,000 years. Su Yuhan's body became hot again after being teased by him. Her eyes were blurry and she was aroused. You fool, love me. A suppressive and tender panting sound could be heard as it landed on the ground. It was as if a storm was about to arrive. Yi Chen could no longer hold it in. He lifted his hand to set up a soundproof barrier. He straightened his back and went straight for the root of the problem. The entire room was filled with shuddering noises from being whipped. 2 hours later, Yi Chen leaned against the headboard and lit a cigarette. He took a deep breath slowly and lowered his head to look at Su Yuhan, who was in his embrace like a kitten. She had already fallen into a deep sleep, but her delicate face was extremely rosy, and there were still traces of tears on it, as if she could not bear the whipping. Yi Chen stretched his arm out to stroke the messy hair on her forehead. His gaze was extremely gentle as he looked at the face that he had been thinking about for over 3,000 years from a close distance. He realized that Su Yuhan had a rare pure yin body. A man's cultivation speed would be accelerated after he had sex with her. Such a body would only be fated to be a cultivation vessel for all sorts of almighties and old monsters in the cultivation world. He hesitated. He punched his chest and spat a drop of golden blood out of his mouth. The golden blood was boiling, and it contained majestic energy. It was one of the 3 drops of blood from his heart. To be exact, it was the last 2 drops he had. He had given the first drop to his daughter, Meng Meng, to suppress the poison in her body. Yi Chen flicked his finger between Su Yuhan's brows. The drop of golden blood entered her body. At the same time, a violent energy exploded in her body. Su Yuhan's face turned pale. Her body was showing signs of exploding. Yi Chen stretched his arm out immediately to suppress the drop of blood from his heart in Su Yuhan's body so that it would not explode and spread. Ordinary people could not refine the blood in his heart at all. If they forcefully absorbed it, they would eventually explode and die. That was why Yi Chen sealed his daughter after giving her a drop of it back then. It could only be absorbed slowly over a long period of time. Su Yuhan's complexion only returned to normal after the blood in her heart was suppressed. Yi Chen held her hand softly and lay down. He fell asleep while hugging her. Usually, he would lie down and cultivate to pass the night. However, he did not cultivate this night. Instead, he was entangled with Su Yuhan and slept soundly. This was the best night he had slept since he returned to Earth. He slept until 9 o'clock the next morning. She woke up after being teased. When Yi Chen opened his eyes, he realized that Su Yuhan was lying on top of him. She could not stop poking his nose with her hair while smirking. Seeing that Yi Chen had woken up, she panicked by instinct and wanted to get up. The next moment, however, she grabbed one hand and fell on Yi Chen, causing her proud breasts to squeeze Yi Chen. Yi Chen's gaze was gentle. Why are you up so early? Get some more sleep. The sun is shining on your butt and you're still sleeping? Moreover, I have to cook for you. Su Yuhan pecked his lips and moved away quickly. She looked at Yi Chen while blinking her beautiful eyes and smiled slyly. Your Majesty, when are you marrying me? After the mess last night, there was no barrier between them at all at that moment. I'll marry you when we get back, Yi Chen said gently. I'll hold a grand wedding for you by then. I'll make you the happiest bride in the world. The smile on his face faded as he spoke to this point. He squinted with a cold gaze. But before that, I have to kill someone.